Hello and welcome back to Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. This time we're going to be picking up where we left off. Chapter 5, the final chapter, Attorney of the Arcane. Diving right in. You can call me Luce, and last time, three of people were murdered, two of even the Pillar families. But things are getting much more complex than we may have expected, as even demon contracts have gotten involved. Using the Kingsguard teleportation network, you're able to arrive back in Rolthome. Due to Celeste's influence, you're being escorted by a division of the Kingsguard. They definitely make you look out of place. As walking through the city, you draw strange looks from nearly everyone. Sir, we'll be heading first. Still strange giving orders to knights. It's definitely going to take some getting used to. What's wrong? There's definitely something fundamentally missing, but what? Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Yeah, I'll try to pace myself. Anyways, we should speak with each of the suspects to confirm alibis. That may help me put things together. Each noble has returned to their respective homes, but our teleportation network should help you travel throughout Wavengard. This nagging feeling won't go away. It's annoying. It's like when you know a word to describe something, can't remember what it actually is. Oh, dang, I know exactly what you mean, Cuthbert. It's always at the tip of your tongue, but you can never actually reach it. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? If you feel tired, don't hesitate. Don't be embarrassed to take a break. Yeah, I'll try not to exert myself too much. The Frega Manor. You arrive at the manor, hoping to speak with Leaf and Miriam. After asking around, one of the servants mentions they appear to be entertaining guests in the study. You normally wouldn't interrupt them, but you've already eaten up a lot of time traveling here. Whatever they're discussing is gonna have to wait. Orf. Ah! As you enter the study, Tracker runs up and barks. Once he sees who you are, he calms down. Oh, hello, friends. Sorry for Borks. Tracker thought he smelled something bad. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. You scan the room and see Miriam's here too. They're speaking with Lord Asclepius. Sorry for barging in, Leaf. No, it's no problem at all. Right, I was giving her the... Alright, her emotions imply she already knows why you're here. I'll skip the pleasantries. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about what happened? Of course, I'll do anything to help with Lady Steelwind's situation. Should I leave? No, you were there with me when everything happened, and your testimony will substantiate my alibi. Interesting, what's he angry about? Leaf, I'm sure you know why I'm here, but I need to preface by saying I highly doubt you were behind this. No, I perfectly understand. Frankly, I'm also at a loss. I have no idea who could have done this. What are you talking about? It's clearly that criminal, the Eye Taker. Why don't you target him? Oh, make no mistake, we fully intend to. But I also have to cover everyone else before I can confront him. Let him be, Miriam. But it's his fault. Beatrice, our sister, knew what she was doing when she gave her testimony. Don't insult her bravery by blaming Mr. Cuthbert for what happened. Anyways, Mr. Cuthbert has shown many times that he is indeed acting in good faith. And he's capable of convicting criminals even we can't see. Beatrice. You mentioned Beatrice before. Something happened? It happened right after she gave her testimony this morning. She fell unconscious shortly after. She hasn't woken up, and Mauranath has gone missing as well. What? It must have been the Empress of Discord. After you mentioned Lady Steelwind's blood contract, we all realized why she was acting strangely. Right, if it weren't for her, I never would have even considered trying to issue a divine edict. She sacrificed herself to save Lady Steelwind. Seems our esteemed sister put her trust in you, Commander. We will do the same. If there's anything we can do to help, please ask. Alright, I appreciate your trust, all of you, but I do have to ask, where were all of you between 2 and 3 p.m. that day? Luckily, we were all together. Me, Leaf, Miriam, Beatrice, and all of our friends were in the garden before 2 p.m. But around 2, my sister and Miss Ilmater both went missing. Can't believe we trusted her to take care of our sister. Especially now, Miriam. If the Empress of Discord took control of her, then there's hardly anything Miss Ilmater could do to stop it. Unless, of course, Miss Ilmater is, in fact, the Empress of Discord. I mean, even if we didn't have those red flags from Eris this entire time, we do have a lot of good reason to believe there's much more to her than meets the eye. I mean, even Tyrion himself said, we certainly keep running into you. And indeed, it seems whoever's doing this has some knowledge of our previous cases. She's been missing since Massacre. You mentioned you all search for her. Did you find anything? No, we originally planning to search the cathedral grounds, but when we arrived at the nave, we found Astor trapped in a force cage. Did any of you lose track of each other during that time? No, we stayed together the entire time, but we did consider splitting up to cover more ground. But the Kingsguard found us and asked us to stay where we were. Right, I suppose that makes sense. Did you see Eris at all when this happened? No, we never saw her. Alright, Beatrice, Frege, and Eris, Ilmater were accounted for in the garden until 2, but after that, they both went missing. Eris supposedly lost track of Beatrice and searched for her in the garden. Leaf, Miriam, and Lazarick were together and about to search for Beatrice until at 2:05. However, they stopped while the King's Guard reported the glyph of contingency had trapped Aster in a force cage. So she went missing at the same time Beatrice did. That is extremely suspicious. Exactly. Oh, you don't think? It's possible she was involved with this somehow, not to mention the Eye Taker is one of our suspects, and she is his daughter. He's what? Oh, you didn't know. I would have thought Beatrice would have told you. No, she didn't mention that at all. Looks like Eris has a lot to answer for, if you can even find her, that is. I suppose I'll stop beating around the bush. Have any of you made a blood contract with the demon lately? How dare you, this arrogant little peasant. No, I understand where it's coming from. I want to understand, but the very idea is very infuriating. Of everyone present, our sister was the only one who has known ties to a demon. If she were to share that secret with anyone, it would have been us. You didn't catch any incriminating thoughts, but you've been misled by it before. Nonetheless, we have no idea who this patron is. I was actually meaning to ask you during the trial. Can't you use the Divine Edict to figure out who the patron is? No, to manifest a blood contract, I need the title of the demon, the name or title of the demon, and the human which they've made a contract with. I understand that, but why not brute force it? What? Due to the King's funeral, the King's Guard has a detailed list of everyone who was present during the massacre. Whoever this patron is, they are working together with the Empress of Discord. That must mean they made a blood contract with her. Ah, that's right. I could just keep issuing a Divine Edict until one appears. Wait, is that safe? There's only one way to find out. Take out your notes and begin looking at the suspects. You might be at this a while. Might as well go in alphabetical. Clear throat. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide, release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Aster de Wavengard. Ugh. Tyrion, what's wrong? You collapse to the ground as you find yourself overcome with immense pain. What? What's happening to him? Lazarick, use your majesty, heal him. Right. Oh, you silly, silly boy. You may be half human, but you can't go around declaring lies like that. Man, I was really looking forward to bringing you the end of this. I haven't even started my fun yet. Who are you? Actually, I suppose that contract's still in effect. I guess my hands are tied. I'll save you just this once. Darren, please wake up. Interesting, so someone saved us because of a contract. Celeste, you're okay. You most certainly don't feel okay. You can feel every part of your body aching. It's painful for you to even sit up like this. Are you okay, friend? Yeah. What happened? You died. Wait, what? I've never brought anyone back from something like that. That was my most powerful spell, too. You have no idea how lucky you are. If I wasn't here, who knows what would have happened? I don't understand. Last thing I remember was issuing a divine Wait. What's that's the cause? But I've done it before without any problem. I just used it this morning. Why did the divine edict harm you? The patron doesn't... Aster does not have a blood contract with the Empress of Discord. It might be because Aster doesn't have a contract. If demons are unable to lie, the same can hold true for angels as well. The Divine Edict must be a kind of divine power. So asking for a blood contract that doesn't exist might be a lie. Ah, so that's true. Neither can lie. Sorry, it's my fault for suggesting it. No, I was being reckless. Please be more careful. I don't think my heart can take this. Well, at least we know Aster didn't do this. Well, that was the most obvious one. Either way, you should make a note of this. Aster has absolutely no blood contract with the Empress of Discord. Anyways, it's clear I can't just brute force this. I'll have to wait until I'm certain of the patron's identity. Yeah, apparently that causes outright death if I fail. That is interesting. This means that not only can angels and demons not lie, they are outright compelled to be incapable of it. They straight up die if they do. Just please be careful. Anyways, looks like found everything you can. You should move somewhere else. The Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. You are back at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. Probably won't need to investigate the crime scenes again, but you wonder if Aster or Lucio might be here. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. As you enter, you're approached by Aster, Alrock, and Lucio. How's your investigation? Are you okay? You look quite pale. Yeah, there was a bit of an accident earlier. You're too embarrassed to admit you almost ended up dying. Well, try to exude more caution next time. It'd be dishonorable if you didn't fall by my hand. Why is everything you say so aggressive? Finally, anyways, you finally have the next suspect here, but judging from the evidence you've gathered, it's unlikely Aster is the patron. You do wonder if he saw something, though. Why are you looking at me like that, Cuthbert? Oh, sorry. After you attacked you in Frega Man, you've always been a little wary. If it weren't for Celeste's reflexes, he might have very well killed you that day. I'm not going to attack you again. Hope you can understand my uneasiness, though. I mean, you did kinda almost kill me the first time we met. What? That's not... That's because you're a Heavensborn. What? What does me being a Heavensborn have to do with this? It's difficult to explain to someone like you. Warriors and I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I've heard such senses are heightened in the presence of extraplanar enemies. Until I met you and Beatrice is familiar, I thought those stories were complete nonsense. Me and Marna? As Heavensborn, your blood is said to originate from the heavens. I wouldn't go as far as to say I believe in the existence of other planes, but in my mid I still feel a certain aura from you that doesn't feel quite human. So that's why you attacked me. I was exuding a threatening aura. Actually, the opposite. It was too calming and benign. Thought it must be some kind of trick or illusion. See, that's quite an astounding ability. Ah, what about you, McCoy? What? Did you not sense a similar aura when you first found him? Is it true? Ah, well... Wow, there's a really big carriage. I wonder who it belongs to. Oh, someone in the inn, too. Is that guy visiting my dad? Now I get a good look at him. Kind of cute. Yeah, it was kind of similar. For some reason, you feel a little embarrassed. Aster, I'm sure you know why I'm here. Oh, it's because one of your suspects, isn't it? Your Majesty, you're the reigning King of Ravengard. I expect you to conduct yourself with more dignity. Of course, Lord Steelwind. Anyways, questioning you is honestly a formality at this point. Really? There's a lot of evidence works in your favor. He doesn't have a blood contract with the evidence. First of all, well, I appreciate their vote of confidence nonetheless. Force Cage. Lucy, have you made any headway in figuring out who set up the trap for Aster? No, I haven't. It makes me uneasy that you let someone get that close to my father's body. Yes, I can't begin to apologize for my men's incompetence. If they were more vigilant, perhaps we could have avoided this tragedy entirely. Maybe not. Maybe the fact that they could get so close to the king's body, it means that they were someone high rank, someone who wouldn't be out of place to be there. So your men were guarding the Lake King's shop. That wasn't a single moment. The body was left unguarded. We found traces of illusion magic at the location of the forest cage, although we're still not sure who could have set that trap. Also members of the King's Guard who can cast both Force Cage and Glyph of Contingency. And many of them fell comatose during the massacre, so we don't even know if one of them betrayed us. You think my men are that weak, Your Majesty? I think that anyone can be made weak when put through enough stress. Regardless, we have no way of telling who may have been guarding the coffin when the trap was set. That means we have no way of telling when the glyph was set. I was actually meaning to ask that. Couldn't we wait for the 48 hours to elapse? If we make note of the exact time it disappears, we can work backwards to discern the exact time it was set. Well, normally we could. When the spell activated, I unfortunately panicked and cast Firebolt to destroy it. Of course, didn't even put a dent in it. Because that, he left traces of evocation at the exact location of the Glyph Contingency. We can't discern what traces were left by the patron's Glyph Contingency or His Majesty's Firebolt. I'm terribly sorry about that. Still, this is important. I think the fact that it's there at all means it's someone who wouldn't have been unusual to see there. Can't blame him for reacting, but it's gonna make figuring out who did this much more difficult. Arya. Have you spoken to Arya since the trial? We have. I think she's doing the best she can, all things considered. No thanks to you. What? She was only in this situation because of you. Lucio, that's not... Me, you're the one who's heartlessly prosecuting her. She's far too weak for this. If that's what you truly think of her, you have a gross misunderstanding about the kind of person she is. She defied the role you tried to force onto her. Instead, she's dedicated herself to fixing her broken kingdom. Ever since this started, all you've done is insult her, but you know nothing about her, and she's stronger than you realize. Despite her lineage, she's always tried to carve her own path and pursue her own justice. Her own path? She only became a prosecutor because of His Majesty. What are you talking about? She became a prosecutor to fix the corrupt justice system from the inside. And who do you think put those ideas in her mind? If she wanted to fix our justice system, she could have done so by weakening House Sybil's influence, but she knew about your strange idolization of Ruby Tamora. She knew how close you followed each and every one of her cases. I know why she became a prosecutor. She thought she became your idol, and like your idol and defeated her, you might finally notice. You're wrong, Lucio. Ari still would never care about me that much. I was seriously that dance. When you were still engaged to Lady Frega, you flaunted your relationship in front of my daughter with no regards to her feelings. I remember each and every time I heard her suddenly crying in her quarters because how oblivious you are. She changed every part of herself in order to please you. Is he getting angry in her bath? I had no idea. My daughter's far stronger than any of us, but she's weak when it comes to you. Lucio, there's no point fighting amongst ourselves. Please stay focused on the investigation. It seems he cares for Arya a lot more than he realized, and the eye shows that his feelings are genuine. But why is he doing everything he can to convict her then? He seems to be compelled by duty. Tyrion moves a little tense. I must ask you, Cuthbert, why are you going such lengths for my own daughter? What do you mean? Surely understand the gravity of the situation. Taking part in this trial, you risk drawing the ire of both the nobility and whoever this Empress of Discord is. What are you planning? Lucio, I'm not planning anything. Please, don't expect me to believe that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart. Well, God, Lord, you're actually hard doing it for that reason. Is this what all heaven's born are like? I don't like thinking about it that way. I just can't stand by while I see injustice take place. Even if you're staying in my way, I'll do what it takes to save Arya. I wouldn't throw around such promises so loosely. I'm not. I will save her, Lucio. Anyways, it appears you still have no idea who set the trap. Judging by the spell compendiums, neither Arya nor Beatrice could have set it, but the patron could also be a mage, so they could have set it as well. Either way, it looks like we won't get any more information here, and you highly doubt the person who orchestrated this is any of the people we've met thus far. There's one last person you need to speak with, however. By the way, I attempted to issue a divine edict. What? Why? My original plan was to issue an edict to everyone I could think of, but apparently issuing them recklessly can have dire consequences. At the very least, we know you aren't the patron. You would have had a blood contract with the Empress of Discord otherwise. Well, I suppose I'm not as happy I'm not a suspect anymore, at least. I figured he should at least know what happened there. Back alleys. We have to remember where Ruby took us. Make your way to the back alley that Tamora brought you to around a month ago. It would be too conspicuous to bring the Kingsguard with you, so they hid themselves in a building nearby. They gave Celeste an enchanted runestone. If she ever stops channeling her magic, they'll be notified and they'll storm the building. Are you ready? Yeah, let's do this. The Eye Taker's your prime suspect. Everyone else has an alibi and lacks a motive. Not to mention, Eris was with Beatrice when she went missing. You don't want to suspect her, but her father's a criminal, and she still hasn't turned up. On 3. 1, 2, 3. What? There's no one here. Damn it, of course he's not here. You betrayed him and you knew where his hideout was. Take a close look at the desk he was sitting on the previous visit. There's a thick layer of dust. Doesn't look like anyone's been here a while. He must have moved his operation elsewhere the day you convicted Beatrice. I guess there's no point staying hidden anymore. You see her toss the Kingsguard a message to the runestone. A second later, you hear footfalls of soldiers rushing towards the location. Freeze in the name of Wyvern God. You see him freeze as he scans no one's here. Be careful, sir. They appear to have rendered themselves invisible. They're not here, you idiot. Oh. Without a frustrated sigh, you take the seat and a chair nearby. A cloud of dust launched in the air. We had the last piece we needed. None of the other suspects had the means nor motive to do this. But he's probably long gone by now. It's over. I'm sorry. You did everything you could, didn't you? But it wasn't good enough. A part of you knew this was a long shot. If you were involved in this, he'd definitely keep his head down. What do we do now? There has to be someone who knows where he is. Wait a minute. Actually, there's one person who might know. Who do you... Wait, you don't mean... At this point, it's the only option we have. Are you sure? You two aren't exactly... I know, but I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of saving Arya. You're not looking forward to seeing her again. At least that's what you keep telling yourself. You'll have to process these feelings later. You have a job to do. But my words that exactly what I was about to say.
Arcane.
The bookshelf filled with several fantasy fiction novels. There's a lot of books from a series I've read. The table I Taker sat at last time you were here. There's a thick layer of dust on it now. There's several fantasy novels stacked here. He must be a fan of the genre. Never got a chance to look at this painting last time we were here. He looks like some kind of crime lord. If I'm right, that was one of the previous Eye Takers. Back then, he had an even tighter grip on the criminal underbelly in Rathome. People used to call him the Raging Storm. Oh, but isn't the Eye Taker already a nickname? Look, sir, I didn't come up with these names. Still, good to know some world history here, and that the Knights were doing their job and managed to reduce the crime syndicate's power in the city. At least as far as we know. Then again... Well, I'll have to unpack this all later. Looks like this fireplace hasn't been lit in a while, but I can see the burnt remnants of some documents. I can see the back alley entrance from this window. The Eye Taker must have used this to get a good look at visitors. Tamora Law Offices. You arrive at the office of Tamora's law firm. According to Arya, Tamora's still practicing. So it looks like she hasn't gone to hiding like the Eye Taker apparently did. If anyone knows where he currently is, she will. Bring her a knock on the door, be stopped. Sir? After everything that's happened, you don't feel ready to face her. For the past month, all these things you said to her keep replaying in your mind. Feel familiar warmth of Celeste's hand again. Take a deep breath and still resolve. You knock on the door. Every moment of silence thereafter fills you with anxiety and dread. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm currently not accepting client... Cuthbert! She's happy, but feeling mixed emotions at it. She looks completely frozen, but her gaze narrows. She sees the Legion of Knights. Are you here to arrest me? No, of course not. Can we come in? Yes, of course. Take a seat inside the office, but we can't think of anything to say, and the Knights aren't really helping to alleviate the tension. Hey, Celeste, could you please take the Knights outside and do a perimeter of the building? Oh, what? Are you sure? I am. What if something happens? Celeste, we're in a populated building in the capital city of Wavengard. I'll be fine. Oh, no, but... Sorry. You're right. I'll just... Motion of her hand, the Knights follow her out of the office. Right before she leaves, she waits at the door and looks for a while. After a bit, she realizes how long she's staring, quickly closes. Now then, let's get this over with. I always wondered how you could afford these things. I guess I finally know now. She's sad about that. It's starting to get dark outside. We don't have much time left. It's a painting of a noblewoman, I think. Not quite. That's Eliza Tantivy. She was a common folk professor at the Imperial Academy. This portrait was commissioned by one of her noble patrons. It really shows off their wealth, though. It doesn't celebrate anything noteworthy. Oh, why do you have this, then? I like her. She's a good reminder that the common folk are just as competent as the nobility. That's a painting of a pirate. Here's a pirate famous for ruthlessly destroying the ships of anyone that stood in his way. In the Great Illuminate War, the Wavengard Crown hired him as a privateer to protect RNO from the Theocracy's navy. He sailed near my hometown. During the Great War, RNO was a vital foothold for the Wavengard's navy. Unfortunately, he was captured by the Theocracy and executed for his crimes, but I hear he gave them the runaround for about 8 years before he was captured. Seat for tomorrow's clients. It's extremely comfortable, but she never used in them when you were a child. Bookshelf. There's several books about law and national history. You read a lot of these books while studying to be an attorney.
Prepario Arcanum.
I'm surprised it let me have her do that when she's not in the room. Celeste okay? She seems a bit on her edge right now. Yeah, I think she's just been overprotective lately. I don't blame her. I did almost die a few times the last few days. What? It's a bit of a long story, and I don't think I'm even allowed to talk about it, especially not with you. The last part came out a little more disdain than you intended. Take a deep breath. I've received your letters. Did you? I haven't gotten the chance to read them yet. Of course, whenever you're not busy. This is really awkward, but you're gonna have to have this conversation. Perhaps it'd be best to just be direct. Miss Tamora, I trusted you. I know. I trusted you. I told you everything about myself to pull up my hopes in you, and you lied to me. You told a criminal about my Eye of Horus. It took me years before I was comfortable enough to tell you, and you knew that. Why did you have adopt me? You could have just left me in Arno and moved on with your life. Why'd you pull me into this? Sounds like she's trying to look for an answer, but nothing comes to her. I started thinking what my life could have been like. I could have done so many things. I might have been able to move on from losing my mother, but you adopted me and made my life focused around that one moment. I had a son once. Before you, I mean. Wait, what? I wasn't always a city person. I used to live in an old farm town, just like McCoy's. My son and I used to run an old tea shop, just the two of us. Wait, you ran a tea shop? I know, it's ridiculous now that I think about it, but I truly was happy back then. I think this is the first time we've ever seen her smile like that, even if it does have mixed feelings. What happened? One night, a local nobleman had too much to drink at the local tavern. He barged into our shop and started destroying it with magic. My son tried to stop him, but the Inquisition swept the entire case under the rug, obviously. They saw the nobleman felt threatened and acted self-defense. She never told you about this before. What was his name? It was Ryan. Oh. What did you do after he died? I thought long and hard about what I wanted to do. I was hurt and blinded by rage, so I decided I would take justice into my own hands. Wait, you didn't? No, at the time I thought killing him would be too easy. I broke to his manor, found every incriminating document I could find. Found everything. Records of illegitimate children, the plots he was making against the other noble houses. I released everything to the public. It ruined him. That's when I realized there was a way to make them pay. You don't have to harm or kill anyone. You can beat them at their own game. Use the rules and laws they made against them. Like an attorney. Yeah, just like an attorney. When I realized that, I moved to the city and started studying law. I read every book I could about Wavengard's laws. I learned how to work the system. I started representing clients who were clearly being framed. But I didn't care about saving them. I just wanted to see the look on each noble's face when I implicated them with the irrefutable evidence. But it got more and more difficult. As I started punching higher, nobles got smarter, more influential. I continued to acquit my clients, but the trials got closer and closer. But I was arrogant. I felt invincible. I thought no matter what happened, justice would prevail. And then your mother's case happened. I never met someone that remarkable. She had this way of making you feel happy no matter what kind of mood you were in. Yeah, I remember. But I failed her, and I failed you. Mr. Moore, I never once blamed you for what happened. I know, but that doesn't change the fact that I could not acquit her. She was executed because I didn't do enough. When you asked me to train you to be an attorney, I was blinded by my desperation. I felt so alone and helpless. I wanted someone, anyone, to carry this burden with me. How pathetic must I have been that I looked to a grieving 10-year-old child? When I looked at you, all I wanted to see was myself. I saw a hurt and broken person who wanted revenge on nobility, but I was too self-centered to realize you were nothing like me. You care about people. You cared more about saving your clients than harming the nobility. I think I knew all along, but I refused to see it. Maybe you were right. Maybe I was just using you to make myself feel better. Took you from your home, forced you to dedicate your life to my dream. Maybe I never truly cared. If I did, I never would have pulled you into a life like this. I'm sorry, and I can't begin to apologize like that to you. The eye shows her feelings are genuine, but does that matter at this point? I've been thinking long and hard about this. I want to forgive you, but I don't know if I can. I don't blame you, but I want to try. She's happy also. She looks away from you a moment as she wipes a single tear. Miss Tamora, no, don't call me that. You can truly find it in your heart to forgive me. I want things to be different. I'm not your superior, nor your mentor. We're equals, so call me by my first name. Ruby. Dang, it feels really strange after all these years, but I hope you can get used to it. Alright, I almost forgot the entire reason I came here. What is it? I didn't just come here to reconcile, although I imagine... Perhaps in a way it's good that the Eye Taker mysteriously went into hiding, quote-unquote, because at the end of the day, Tyrion needed to address this. He can't just wallow in bed like he's been doing the past few months. It can hurt, it can take time, but at the same time, there is a time for action, too, you know? Actually, I need your help with something. Okay. I need you to help me speak to the Eye Taker. Tyrion. I know, considering the circumstances, it'd probably strain your partnership with him even more. Tyrion. But if you just tell me where he is, I'd do my best to make sure he doesn't get traced. Tyrion, the Eye Taker is dead. What? He died after you convicted Beatrice. He was lynched by a mob of civilians. Wait, what? Everyone's saying it's some sort of retaliation for House Freyga. Didn't you notice they didn't send anyone after you? But Eris said... Wait a minute. By the way, is your father still... Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon. Oh, thank you. Why would Eris say that then? Who's Eris? You've met her before. She has long black hair, wears a black dress. I guess she likes black. But anyway, she's the Eye Taker's daughter. Tyrion, the Eye Taker's daughter has red hair. Wait, she was there when we spoke during the trial. That's right. Oh, what are you talking about? She was never at the meeting. What? What's going on? She's clearly there. I see. It's possible that our heavens-born blood prevents us from being affected by magic. It might make us too powerful or something that can't be affected by Eris's dark magic. After all, well, it could, yeah, it seems to be either a certain, my guess is either a certain blood type or a certain level of power, because don't forget, Beatrice was able to straight up resist Eris's power until her contract forced her to follow it. If it weren't for the intervention, the Eye Taker would have attacked the very moment. Why are we remembering things differently? I'm sorry, Lucio, but whoever this patron is, they have full ownership of her mind. They could easily command her to forget something signing the contract in the first place. That's why she can't remember what happened during the massacre. No. Tyrion, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Have your hopes you're wrong about this? Why are Ruby's memories different from yours? No, Ruby doesn't remember the Eris of the meeting. It doesn't make sense, considering Eris is the one who got you out of the situation. There's only one reason why she wouldn't remember. Oh, not Eris. Ruby said. It's the only explanation, but why? Her memories seem intact, except for her memory. Since her disappearance, I highly suspect she was involved. Not only was she didn't see the crime, she was missing. We never thought to ask one question, who is Eris Mater? Blood memories come back to you. Warriors must home and develop our skills survival. Eventually, we develop the sense to sense enemies anticipate danger. Senses are such heightened in the presence of explanar entities. I thought those stories were complete hogwash. Until I met you and Beatrice Freyga's familiar. Tyrion, I fought little monsters barely escaped, but when I'm near Eris, now those creatures come close. I get this feeling like I'm in front of a predator that I could never hope to beat. Every instinct I have tells me she's close by. I'm terribly sorry. It's not usually like this. It's to be expected. I'm not sure why animals always disliked me. Still very little you know about demons. So what's to say that one can't take the appearance of a human? That's a long shot, but there's one way to find out for sure. Tyrion, talk to me. What's wrong? Ruby, I'm about to do something stupid. If I fall unconscious, I need you to call Celeste and tell her to contact Lord Asclepius or the Archduke. What? If you're wrong about this, there's no way either of them will get here in time, but it's already late and the trial continues tomorrow. You can't waste any more time. Eris Mater, whatever you are, by the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Ruby Tamora. So, you finally figured it out, my dearest Tyrion. This entire time, I've been chasing you. You have. It's been so entertaining watching you scramble around. You've been making contracts with people across all of Wyverngard. You took control of Arya and Beatrice, but why? Why are you doing any of this? Oh, I can't possibly reveal all my secrets. This isn't the proper stage to have our final battle. I suppose you've come this far, so how about I give you a little gift? Ruby's blood contract. Access to her memories. At any time, she may view any and all. In addition, she may instantly change all. It's signed with Ruby's name. What was that? Ruby, Mater is a demon, and she's not any demon. She's the Empress of Discord. And you signed a blood contract with her. That's why you can't remember anything that involves her. What? Tyrion, I swear on my life I didn't know anything about this. I know, she probably tricked you into signing this, just like she tricked Arya. Arya, what does the prosecutor have to do about this? Come on, you two. Things are kind of tense, there's no need to... What are you holding? Is that a blood contract? Celeste, Eris is the Empress of Discord. What? It was her the entire time. She tricked Arya into signing a blood contract with her, and she probably controlled her and Beatrice to orchestrate the massacre. What? Tyrion, this is crazy. I know I was scared of her that one time, but how could Eris be a demon? She's nothing like Marinoth. I know how unbelievable it is, but I used my divine edict with her name. It would not have worked unless she was a demon. Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that. We'll need to contact the Grand General immediately. Oh, but if she's really a demon, is it even possible to arrest her? It's already been a day. For someone like her, that's more enough time to skip town. We need to speak with the Archduke about this. Thank you, Ruby. You've helped us more than you could ever know. Yes, of course. Celeste, meet up with everyone. We need to discuss our next course of action. Right. You're about to leave Ruby's office when she stops you. Tyrion, have you been using the Eye of Horus lately? Yeah. Can't say much about what I'm doing right now, but I am in the middle of a case. It's just that... What's wrong? Never mind, I don't think it's my place. Just being my usual paranoid self, I'm not the one with the ability to read mind anyways. So, if you're not seeing, it's probably nothing. I know you can't tell me about what you're doing, and I have no idea what could possibly involve the Kingsguard, Steelwind, and the Empress of Discord, but just stay safe, okay? You're the only family I've left. I will, I promise. Thank you. You finally found the lead that you've been looking for. We are not sure where this will take you. Knowing what you know now, you're almost a little afraid of what might happen. Who is Eris? So why would she go to the trouble of orchestrating this? She's not only impersonated the Eye Taker's daughter, she's also pretended to be your friend. What's her goal in all this? Hopefully tomorrow will finally bring you the answers you've been looking for. Something wrong, Commander? Don't play dumb with me. They told me what you really are. What's your game, demon? Would you just deliver yourself to our doorstep? Oh, Arya, I put far too much in the story to miss the final act. I can't wait to see how this ends. You killed 3 people and enslaved an innocent girl. Is this some kind of game to you? That's exactly what this is to me. I'll admit, looking back, it does feel a bit derivative, but I think I've done enough to differentiate myself from the ones that came before. It's a shame about the timing of it all, though. You're goddamn insane. That took you long enough to notice. I guess the oafish Inquisition Commander does have some obvious skills after all. Whatever, you just better not try anything. You know I can't lie, so I'll assure you, I promise I won't harm anyone while I'm in this prison. Finally approaching the climax, Tyrion. No more deductions, no more talking, no more god-awful teasing when we both know who's really behind this. It's just me and you. Hello, your lordship. I think this is the first time we've ever met. You're a lot smaller than I expected. Who is this woman? Why have they brought a civilian before the scaled lord? People of the court, thank you for your patience. Until now, we've known this woman as Eris Mater, and ever since the massacre, we've been trying to determine who orchestrated this. We only knew that Arya Steelwind signed a contract with a demon known as the Empress of Discord. We still knew very little about this demon. We had no idea who they were, or what they even looked like. But we know the truth now. People of the Wyverngard nobility, the woman on the witness stand is not a civilian. She's the demon known as the Empress of Discord. I have no idea how, but her form is that of a human. Using this disguise, she entered the Grand Cathedral posing as Beatrice Frega's guide. She aided the patron, and by using Beatrice Frega to help Arya Steelwind massacre the members of nobility. Why are we continuing with this? She's already admitted taking part in the massacre. Let's force her to tell us who it is and be done with this. Ah, typical. The Grand General thinks he can solve all of his problems with violence. Let me ask you this. Why do you think that the patron is a human? What? In Arya's contract, it says the patron is the individual who gives the contract to her. How do you know that I'm not that individual? I go by many names, and the Empress Discord is only one of them. What you're saying is true. That makes it a simpler matter. We simply need to execute you for crimes against the kingdom. Haven't you forgotten what my underlings said during Frega's trial? As a demon, I cannot truly die. If you destroy my body, I'll simply reform in the abyssal hells. I wonder what might happen to your daughter if you were to draw my ire. You're prosecuting her and playing the villain, but I know the truth. You secretly do care about her, don't you? What nonsense are you spouting? You thought she had mage blight, you had to prosecute her. You held on to what little hope you could convict her and convince her to take a plea deal. As the king's wife, her position might have been salvageable, and you did this all to be sure she could be with her beloved Aster. What? But then it was revealed she the blood contract. That changed everything. Mage blight is everything, but a demon owning her soul. She can't very well be a queen like this, now can she? You had to work out who this patron is before the trial ended, didn't you, Lucio? Otherwise, your beloved daughter would never be free. And you did all of this because you felt bad for what you did to her. Everything I've done is for the good of House Steelwind. Ah, is that what you were doing? Because the way I see it, you abandoned her for her entire childhood. You felt so guilty about killing her mother, you couldn't bear to face her. No, Eris, stop this. And you know what that did to her. You didn't just take away her mother, you took away her father too. You starved her of any affection. She just couldn't help but latch onto the first person to show her any kind of superficial kindness. She didn't just fall in love with Aster, she became obsessed with him. She stopped being her own person, clings to him like a parasite. She changed everything about herself to suit those likes and desires, and you know deep in your heart that if he is ever taken away from her, she will fall apart. Since I pity you so much, I'll let you in on all the secret. Killing me won't save your daughter, and you don't have a means that can confine me. Even if you do know who I am, your daughter will never be safe from my influence. What? I suppose there's one possible way to break my contract. What? What is it? My contract will bind Arya Steelwind so long as they both live. If you truly want to free your daughter, all you have to do is kill her. Do the poor thing a favor and put her out of her misery. You little wretch, I will hunt you. I will hunt you to the ends of the... Enough, Lucio. We cannot antagonize her if we hope to find out how this happened. Is she right? Is Arya's fate truly doomed? There has to be something you can do. I just don't understand, Eris. Why are you doing this? You're not a noble. You're probably not even a citizen of Wyverngard. Why would you go through the trouble of doing any of this? Tyrion, why are you here? What? Why do you constantly risk your life for the sake of others? Why do you seek justice in a clearly unjust world? I don't know, honestly. I think you do know. The answer's simple. You do it because it satisfies you. You save people. You fight the system. You just love indulging in your own heroics, don't you? That's not... It feels good, doesn't it, Tyrion? You know that you're the only righteous person in an unjust society. When you succeed, you're hailed as a hero. And if you fail, it's society's fault, not yours. No matter what happens, you can take solace in the knowledge that you're so much better than everyone else. The superior you feel over them must be intoxicating. You're probably trying to appeal to the angel part of him, since a lot of times they can come off as self-righteous. Your divine blood makes it so, you can't resist giving into it. Just as your divine blood compels you to good, my hellish blood compels me to do the opposite. I can't help but take every opportunity to make you all suffer. My entire purpose is to see each and every one of their faces contorted in agony and despair. Humanity's a stain on the world. They're worthless parasites who steal, maim, and kill to get what they want. That's all they are, and I despise those who pretend they're anything different. You're wrong, Eris. Humanity is much more than you realize. I truly pity you if that's all you can see in us. Oh, so now it's us. That actually just reminded me, there's something I hate even more than humanity. I despise the Celestials, the upper planes who go against the natural order. They condemn and admonish beings like me, while watching humanity suffer from their secluded little heaven. They realize that humanity would never willingly choose good over evil, so they created the Heavensborn to tip the balance in their favor. It's so self-indulgent, it makes me want to puke. Wait, that's what the Heavensborn are? It is, and I've made quite the hobby out of breaking them and sending them back to their creators. I throw them in the deepest pits of despair before extinguishing their lives. There's no greater joy in my eternal life. And it'll took a lot of work to get you right where I need you, Tyrion. Wait, are you saying? You asked me why I did this? My actions that day were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. So I could see the despair on your face when you realize the truth. Tyrion. Oh.
Objection!
That's enough out of you, you witch. Lucio? Cuthbert, you promised we would save my daughter together. I'm sorry, you said those words amidst us conviction. Here you stand, quivering like a grunt in his first battle. Are a few meager doubts enough to force a retreat from you? Is that all it takes to defeat the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert? He's probably desperate at this point. If Eris is the patron, there's little hope for Arya. Unlike Beatrice, her blood contract was short and concise. There's very little room for interpretation, so you can't dispute it either. What kind of attorney would you be? No, what kind of friend would you be if you didn't see this through? Eris, we didn't call you here today to wax poetic with you. The people you've harmed have a right to know what you did that day. So either give us your testimony or get the hell out. Even now, you still are undeterred. I really do love that about you, but I wonder how long it'll last. It's true, I am the one who masterminded this. I knew about the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Frege to accompany her. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice and Arya to compel them against their will. Through the contracts actions of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd, Corlin, and Garrick Pierce. The only motivations were to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. Before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow any direct or indirect orders from anyone. Your testimony's pretty thorough. Of course, I am a demon after all. Since I'm unable to lie, I thought it'd be best to be as detailed as possible. That way there's no room for doubt. Isn't that wonderful? She's definitely playing with you. She might not have technically lied, but she's definitely not acting in good faith. You should look her over her testimony more clearly. Yeah. Bold-faced lies are disallowed, but you can lie by omission or technicality. Yeah. So you completely carried out this plan by yourself. Well, I cleared the help of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind, so I wasn't truly acting alone. You know damn well what I meant. Oh yes, I can't help myself sometimes. State things plainly, no human willingly helped me in my plan that day. Well, you know she can't lie, but she probably had a lot of practice deceiving people. You should keep your wits about you. Knew about the king's funeral, so I forced Beatrice to accompany me. How did you find out about it anyway? It was supposed to be a very closely guarded secret. Oh, Tyrion, I can't tell you all my secrets, now can I? Can't exactly threaten to charge her with perjury. It's a surprise she's even testifying in the first place. Until you can extract all the information, you'll have to play along with her games. When I was there, I used my contracts to force the two to compel the act against their will. What a terrifying ability. Thank you for noticing. That wasn't a compliment. I find it quite sickening how you demons prey on people. Prey? People know what they're signing up for when they sign a contract with a demon. You can hardly blame me for collecting what's truly offered. Please, we both know that Arya didn't knowingly or willingly sign a contract. Aren't you just assuming that? How do you know that she didn't knowingly sign a contract with me? Yeah, my client would never willingly sign a contract with you, Eris. Really? But if I were to threaten her dearest fiancé? You may see Arya as a paragon of justice, but everyone has their breaking point. If that's true, then perhaps you could tell us under what circumstances Arya wrote the contract. Signed the contract. You knew it. She's just trying to get inside your head. She would never have signed a contract like that, even if it was a protect Aster. And if she can't speak, that gives an implication. A lot of implication there. Why are you using their full names? You know, I can't lie, so I thought I'd give you something. For example, I could have easily referred to another Steelwind or another Frege that I enthralled. That list is very long, you know. Yeah, she can lie, like I said, she can lie through ignore Lucio, she's trying to get under her skin. And we decide from Pierce, Von Sanctus, and Sibyl were key members of the nobility. What reason do you have to kill 3 of them? I didn't. What? I didn't have a reason to kill them, I just happened to facilitate their deaths. You specifically went after them, though. I did, but I didn't have any particular reason to do so. That doesn't make any sense. I suppose it doesn't. Anyways, would you like me to add that to my testimony? It would help you, wouldn't it? Yeah, I suppose so. She's got to be the most unpredictable witness you've ever cross-examined. I didn't have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill victims quickly and efficiently as possible. We already established that Pierce was killed due to his knowledge of Celeste's parentage. How could you possibly have motivation? Aren't you just assuming that? I'm not. That's the only logical conclusion. And that's where you made your mistake. You're assuming that I act logically. You're a bit out of your element right now. Every murder you investigated followed some kind of logic you can use. But Eris is a different beast entirely. Literally. For all you know, she could be completely insane. You might very well be seeing connections that aren't there. My only motivations were to harm Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. Something wrong, Tyrion. I went to all this trouble to get your attention. At least you could use appreciate it. Enough. Stay on the subject, witness. I'm not complaining about this, but if you really want to make them suffer, why wouldn't you go after people close to me? Oh, where would be the fun in that? Killing people is an easy task to accomplish. Even a child can do it. There are much more effective ways to make someone suffer. Before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. Then why did you find the need to specify that? To leave less room for doubt. Beatrice used an indirect order to feign innocence in your previous trial, didn't she? But you did work together with someone to facilitate the massacre? Of course I did. I worked together with these two. You know what I meant. My apologies, I can't help myself sometimes. I'll say it clearly so you can be certain. I did not have a contract with anyone who wanted to facilitate any of those murders. I was acting my own free will. Even when she says it directly, you can't help but doubt everything she says. You need to listen to her She technically can't lie, but there's clearly something hidden in her testimony. Instead of examining the wording, focus on what she's clearly trying to imply. You might be able to find a contradiction with those. Ah, the murderer's route. If that's true, why did she choose an... Why did she not choose a more direct route? Eris, you said you just needed Arya to kill them as quickly as efficiently as possible. But that's not what happened, did it? Yes, it appears I underestimated your little bodyguard. Things lasted a lot longer than expected. Oh, that's not what I was referring to. Oh? You said you needed Arya to kill them as efficiently as possible. But that doesn't match with what happened to Garrick Pierce, did it? Is that so? The look on her face. Why'd she look so happy? Eris, unlike the murders of Von Sanctus and Sibyl, Pierce was murdered with a blade frozen with magic. It's an extraordinarily convoluted way to kill someone. It only makes sense if you were trying to hide the evidence. But that clearly wasn't your intent. I agree, so why would I do that? Oh, for the love of God, woman, could you stop speaking in riddles? I have no love for any god aside from myself. She's behaving differently than during her testimony. She's being vague now. She's still hiding something. Alright, stop getting baited and take a moment to think about this logically. She's very good at misdirecting you and playing with emotions. So stick the facts to know you're certain. In her testimony, she said the following. I didn't really have a reason to kill them. I just needed Arya to kill them quickly and efficiently. She could have been trying to mislead you. Which phrase did she use to mislead you? Alright. Kill them specifically. She used the word specifically. Could that change the meaning of the phrase? She didn't have a reason to kill 3 specific victims, but she might have a reason to kill in general. Seemed like a stretch. She did say she'd all this for you. She'd all set this up to have a mystery to solve. This is too difficult to read her demented mindset. Perhaps one of our other phrases is something you can use. To kill my victims. She said her victims instead of the victims. It's a small distinction, but it's a distinction nonetheless. You recall Marinoth using a similar trick, which can only mean the victims are not the same as her victims. Eris, which people in this case were your victims? Well, what happened? You could say that everyone in the cathedral is my victim. Yes, but who was killed directly by Beatrice Frege or Arya Steelwind? I knew it. You're hiding something. That's what you think. It's definitely possible. Again, with the vague answers, why would she even agree to testify in this first place? There's nothing any of you can threaten her with, and nothing you can do can permanently harm her. She could have easily gone to hiding. She never had to come here, which means she wants to be here, but why? Just tell me, Eris, who killed Lloyd Von Sanctus? Arya Steelwind. And who killed Coral and Sibyl? Arya Steelwind. And who killed Garrick Pierce? Why are you staying silent? Out with the demon, who killed Garrick Pierce? I refuse to answer. She's doing this on purpose, in her own obnoxious way. She's guiding you to the truth, but for what purpose? Who killed Garrick Pierce? She's refusing to answer, which means it must be different from the previous one. No, she had no problem admitting to the murders she used for her. If she's refusing to answer, it can't be either of them, which means maybe it was herself. An unknown person killed him, and that means... Eris, you're not the patron described in Arya's contract, are you? Who knows? I never confirmed or denied that. Are you serious? I grow sick of your games, demon. You knew it. The murders were too politically motivated to have been completely random. You can unequivocally prove that the patron's identity by issuing a divine edict, but because of the risk of getting it wrong, that leaves you to right where you started. Who's the patron, Eris? Who's responsible for all of this? You want me to find out the truth, so why are you staying silent? This'll be so much better when you discover yourself. That likely means it's gonna be someone we know. That means you already have the evidence you need to do so. You felt it, haven't you, ever since the investigation started? You have a nagging feel in the back of your mind, don't you? Wait, how do you? It's right in front of you, Tyrion. You're just refusing to see it. Ooh, I made a contract with that day. Made a contract with the patron on that day. Even with the eyes of a god, you're blinded to human sentimentality. So think through carefully. Who killed him that day? Well, think through this. Like, everything disappeared from the world and only the facts. If Eris was the patron, that has to be someone else. They coordinated with Eris, had control of Beatrice. In an extreme roundabout way, Eris admitted that Arya was used to kill two. When the patron killed those two, they were able to effectively counter every magical defense. And so they brought up, what do we already know about the patron through the first 2 murders? They knew Sybil could still drown if they was hold a creature by stone skin. Patrons not experience lethal magic, no. Doesn't quite work for all three of them, but there's some common thread within at least two of them. Doesn't quite work for all three of them, but there's a common thread between at least two of them. Oh, the patron who the first two murders. The well-versed in using magic lethally. Whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came with creative ways to bypass defenses. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But things changed with the murder of Pierce. There's implied that neither Arya nor Beatrice killed Pierce, so the patron killed him personally? I don't want to believe it, but this does mean that Celeste is technically a possible suspect. Why? They already had control of Arya. The entire point of enthralling her to be to hide her involvement. They become impatient because of Celeste holding her ground against Arya? No, Beatrice is already able to sleep past them. How is she able to knock you and Pierce out with a sleep spell? If the patron was coordinating with Eris, she could have easily had Beatrice do it. No, Eris had the means to murder Pierce while he was knocked out. It's strange. There's one possible explanation why they did it. Was forced to kill Pierce personally. Eris had the means to murder when he was knocked out. It's strange. They wanted to kill Pierce personally. Does that mean the murder was more emotionally driven? That might explain why the method used to murder him was so contrived. Apparently, it's right there, so what are you seeing? Whoever did this, they murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil, the two house leaders. In a way, they both represented the corrupt parts of our kingdom's government. Von Sanctus essentially got away with murdering Justin Way, and Sybil clearly has an apathetic approach to remedying the corruption within the justice system. But the biggest clue is the one Eris directly gave you. Actions that day well for you. All I could see was despair on your face when you realized the truth. Truth she wants you to discover. At first, I was just trying to make you feel guilty. If that were true, she still wouldn't be here. There's something else she wants you to realize, because it would throw you in despair. Let's review everything. Through the way they controlled Arya, they were creative and skilled at using magic. They must have been constantly exposed to creative uses of magic. Not to mention, they somehow personally handed a contract to Arya and had her sign it. Knowing what you know, Arya was either tricked or threatened to sign the blood contract, so whoever did this must have had the strength. We're deeply trusted. In addition to that, they must have been close to the prayer room when the attack happened. And lastly, they must have had an emotional grudge. I don't want him to, but No, that's not. That's the most logical conclusion you can do this. Oh, it's not. I can't put himself. Eris want to make you suffer, but you can't run away from this. You owe it to Arya. No one ever wanted to see this through. You need to follow through, no matter how painful it is. So it's not himself. I'd need to go with... Stop it. It has to be someone else. She would never... Can you think of anyone else who Eris could have chosen? Who else would she have chosen that would make you feel like this? True, the only one we have is Celeste's testimony is Celeste herself. And no one else heard the fight. So there's no proof it happened. Damn it. Ah! Scream of anguish echoes the ruins. Everyone's caught off guard and stares at you. What was it? Is everything okay, Mr. Cuthbert? Tyrion, are you? One look at your expression tells her everything she needs to know. There it is. You realize it, haven't you? I've been waiting this moment for so long. What are you talking about? I demand explanation. Mr. Cuthbert, what have you discovered? Tell them, Tyrion, who did this. Issue your divine edict right now. You want to be wrong. You never want to be wrong in anything in life. Nothing will make you happier than have this edict fail, even if it costs you your life. We know the truth. Doesn't matter, Empress of Discord. Tyrion Cuthbert, attorney of the Arcane. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract. Say your name so everyone can hear it. Release thy guards, manifest blood contract with Celeste McCoy. With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste. Henceforth, souls shall be bound to the abyssal. As with her servitude, Celeste shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure and compliance cooperation of Arya and the Empress's endeavors. Lastly, it stipulated that Celeste, of her own volition, shall demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Afterwards, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. So he was killed at that time. I died? Tyrion, I'm sorry. What the hell is going on? Damon, what's the meaning of this? It's exactly what it looks like. The patron we're looking for is right in front of you the entire time. Miss McCoy, did you sign a blood contract with the Empress of Discord? I did. It's the only thing that would save Tyrion. What? I never fought Arya. I fought Beatrice and Eris. They broke past me and ran to the prayer room, but the person they killed wasn't Pierce. It wasn't you. Can't bring herself to say it. You realize now, Tyrion? Wait, stop. Celeste McCoy is the most important person in your life. She was the last person you had that hadn't betrayed you. She signed her soul to me, all to save you. Why the somber look, Lucio? Weren't you going to execute the patron the moment you knew who they were? McCoy, does this mean what I think it means? Yes, I'm the one who tricked Arya into signing the blood contract. Wait, how could you? I was so stupid. When I made the deal with her, I didn't expect her to choose that contract to make you act against your will. So, it wasn't just Miss Steelwind and Miss Frago's control that day. You realize it, don't you, Lucio? As long as the contract with the patron exists, your daughter will always be vulnerable to my influence. You can't kill me. There's only one solution for your daughter. Just execute Celeste McCoy! Wait, what? I'll just add one thing, Mr. Cuthbert. After what you've done for my daughter, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you, but I will do whatever it takes to protect her. Lucio, we cannot act rashly. I'll let you in on a little demonic secret. Doesn't matter if you can find her in prison. Patron will be able to take control of Arya, no matter where she is. But if you kill her, Arya will finally be free of my control. Do it. What? What are you saying? I should have done this from the beginning. I realized what happened. I should have just come forward and admitted what I did, but I kept holding on hope there was some kind of trick. I prayed and prayed for the patron to be someone else. Tyrion, I was hoping you'd find something to prove this wasn't my fault. Finally found the culprit you've been looking for, and it absolutely breaks her heart. The feeling you've been experiencing is because you subconsciously refuse to believe she'd betray you like this. Actually, it still hasn't gone away. Uneasiness in there. Are you in denial? No, this is different. I suppose there's no reason to continue this. Wait, what? I sympathize with the situation, Mr. Cuthbert. Even McCoy recognizes what must be done. It's over. I don't allow the demon to control my daughter any longer. Hey, you can't just... You can go restrain him. Wait, Lucio. That's enough. That is enough. What kind of court is this? To everyone's surprise, Arya leaped from the platforms and landed on the witness stand. She forcibly pushed Eris out of the way, something that catches even her off guard. Arya, I'm so sorry. Celeste, you are innocent until you're proven guilty. I won't let anyone pass judgment until that is unequivocally proven. Oh, but Arya, I did this. Arya, what are you doing? How dare you, father? What? How could you possibly think that you have the right to decide who lives and die? If you were actually a prosecutor, I would file for immediate disbarment. You, Mr. Cuthbert, how can you just stand there? Me? You're Celeste's attorney, isn't your job to defend her till last breath? I didn't see the truth because I didn't want to believe it. I almost let it slip away because of my own personal feelings. I almost put all of you at risk. As much as it pains me to do so, I need to approach this objectively. Tyrion, the hell with that. Wait, justice may be blind, but it's not heartless. I see in her eyes whenever she's seen with you, Tyrion. You mean the world to her. She quotes on her very soul to help protect you. If you abandon her when you need her most, she needs you most, I'll never forgive you. Tyrion, Celeste, can you really tell me what happened? Oh, but... Arya's right, we need to do this properly. I agree, I will not pass judgment until we've determined exactly what has happened. It's obvious he wants this to be done, but even if he controls the Kingsguard, the rest of the room is clearly against him. Oh, fine, do as you wish. But the moment we're certain of the truth, I will do what's necessary. Very well, then. Miss McCoy, please take the stand. Celeste. Tyrion, can you testify about what you did that day? Yes. The truth is, Eris rewrote your memories, Tyrion. You actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. You went to the prayer room a lot earlier than our meeting, and that commotion you heard was actually Beatrice and Eris stacking the guards at 1:40. They tricked me and slipped in the prayer room, and Beatrice, she killed you. I didn't know what to do. That's what Eris told she'd resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I wanted you back. I didn't care what happened to me. I didn't realize she'd use my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another one. After that, I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so she would bring Tyr back. The nagging feeling's still there. There's something off about her testimony. Well, out with the done. Begin to cross-examine, Cuthbert. Gladly. 1:45. She rewrote my memories? I didn't realize until after you woke up and given your statement to the Inquisition. She must have changed your memories when she resurrected you. Eris has the power to take control of people against the will, and fully has the power to bring people back from the dead. But if that's true, then that means you can't even trust your own memories. In that case, we need to trust the evidence, because that can't lie to us. Sure, a human could do that, but would a demon even consider that? She'd probably think that as long as the witness and memories and stuff change. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier. All the commotion we heard was actually attacking the guards at 1:40. Right, I suppose you didn't have control of Arya until then. Does that mean you never fought her? Sorry for lying, but I had to create an alibi. Celeste, the Inquisition arrested her because of her testimony. The testimonies of Prince Alric and High Speaker also implicate her. Steelwinds also already knew she was compromised due to finding the purple mark in her pocket. I'm sure things wouldn't have ended the same, regardless of her testimony. What if Fragon the Demon only found the McCoy? Tricked me and slipped me in the prayer room. Beatrice, she killed you. How'd they trick you so easily? I don't want to see what's going on. I only saw Eris and Beatrice standing over the guards' dead bodies. It acted like someone else had killed them. They lied to me and said they wanted to go to the prayer room protection. That's when Beatrice, she... How did Beatrice kill me? She hit for some kind of necromancy spell. Visibly wound you. When I checked your body, it was already cold. Your heart was stopped. I think she used necrotic blight. So that's why Lord Asclepius said I had traces of necromancy. She must have lied about trying to heal you as well. What did you do after I died? To do? That's when Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange. I'm sure that was her goal from the very beginning. She wanted you to make a deal with her, also that she could make me suffer. Tyrion, I'm so... Stop. Just don't. I shouldn't have done it, but I want you back. I didn't care what happened to me. How could you possibly think that was okay, though? I knew it was wrong, but I just couldn't. I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do. There was no sense in admonishing her now, Mr. Cuthbert. There'll be plenty of time for that later. I didn't realize she'd use my eternal servitude to take control of my body. Right, that part was written in a very misleading way. With the apparent death, the Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, her soul should be eternally bound, and her part of it engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation. And lastly, it's stipulated of her own volition or agency shall bring about the demise of her own hand. After that, consciousness will be restored. Now, it's written pretty vaguely here, but I can kind of see how engage in actions That's definitely a tricky way to word it. Oh, but let's check Beatrice's spell contract here. Necromancy, remember, necromancy isn't just death, it could also be life. Mend wound, send message, animate corpse, feign death. Oh, it could be feign death! If that's true, then the contract would be completely null and void. What happens when a demon's contract is null and void? Right, that... Meronoth in the last case said that a person who wagers their soul on disputing a demon contract and fails will have their soul damned like the one with it. What happens if the dispute is considered valid? Must have thought the Empress would whisk her away and pay to serve her in hell, but instead she took control of her immediately after. You should have known better than trust a demon. Anyways, how'd you trick our signing blood contract? I didn't have full control of my actions, but I remember what happened. She probably wanted me. Watch what she was using me to do. I'm so sorry. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put the illusion of the contract to make it look like a request for appeal. Since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. Wait, some of what she said sounds fundamentally wrong. She's clearly sincere. She wouldn't intentionally lie. But why do you have something that doesn't match up with the evidence? Watch her statements more closely. Oopsie. I need to press for the 7th one first. That's not... How could you ever think I'd want that? I knew you wouldn't want this, but it just wasn't fair. Why'd a person like him get to live instead of you? It wasn't an easy choice. That goes against everything I stand for. I know. I don't care if you hate me after this, but even now, I'd still make the same choice. I don't hate. Perhaps we should stay focused on what happened for now. Oh, it says apparent death. His consciousness will be restored. So he was never dead. It was actually... All through with my end of the deal. Death. Objection! Feigned death might have been used. If that's true... Yeah, I have the feeling feigned death is going to be important here. The caster must target a creature already unconscious. While they concentrate, the target will appear to be dead. The target creature will stop breathing. However, the life energies of the spell will keep them alive for the duration. Right, that part's written in a slightly misleading way. So I thought the Empress would whisk her away. In full control, but I remember what happened. She wanted me to watch. I'm sorry. I told Arya Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for exchanging her parents. She made Beatrice put an illusion. Where's Beatrice's compendium here? Illusory disguise. Places an illusion on the target to completely change visual appearance. Disguise moves the target. Disguise can make a target look one, but larger or smaller. Elements hidden in elements created by the spell are purely visual. You cannot make physical contact with it. Interesting. Since Pierce convicted. Compendium. Objection! Those are right. Conflicting emotions must be throwing you off. But I don't see how that proves anything. You realize I didn't use eternal servitude to take control of my body. Objection! Resurrect you.
Objection!
Yeah, it says knocked out, so I think even she is aware that he's not dead. His feigned death and necromancy. This is...
Objection! Objection!
Yeah, something's... Yeah, I see where they need me to go here. Or I just need to figure out what specifically will set it off. Hmm. One page, even stranger, there's a large empty space. There's only a few sentences at the bottom. My body and soul to the patron.
Objection!
Not that one. She's clearly sincere. She wouldn't intentionally lie about something like this. But why do you feel like there's something that doesn't match up with the evidence? You need to examine her statements more closely. Oh, right, the timeline. That's what I was thinking about earlier. Oh, right, the image. You saw Beatrice.
Objection!
Truth is, rewrote your memories. You're actually knocked out 145. Right, I need the evidence that proves the timeline. Ah, the autopsy report. Not spell compendium, it's autopsy.
Objection!
Alright, let's double check the evidence. What else can the timeline? Her testimony.
Objection!
Wait, how does she know? Was knocked out shortly after leaving the meeting, so how did she do that? At 2 p.m. Counted for until 2. Ah. That's right. Here it is. Commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards. But Beatrice were accounted for in the garden until 2 p.m.
Objection!
Celeste, according to you, we heard a commotion at 1:40, and then you went out to investigate, and that's when you saw Eris and Beatrice. Yeah, I lied about my fight against Ari. I never fought her. That's true. I'd explain the discrepancy. You can't trust your own memories, but Leaf shouldn't have been affected. Thing is, Celeste, something about your timeline doesn't match the evidence. Really? But I'm pretty sure most of the time we're supposed to be at the meeting at 1:45. Wait, what'd you say? Our meeting was scheduled for. What's wrong, Miss Cuthbert? Celeste, there's something fundamentally off about your testimony. Oh, what? I'm sorry, I'm not lying. You're telling me what happens completely off. All your testimony doesn't match what we've learned thus far. Firstly, it's about the exact time you saw Eris and Beatrice. According to you saw them at 1:40, but Leaf, Miriam, and Asclepius didn't lose track of them until 2. Wait, did they say that? What are you talking about? You were there with me when we spoke them. I know, I was paying real close attention. I need to see how close you were to finding me out, so why can't I remember? She can't remember. Well, bro, judging what happened to you, Eris Mater clearly doesn't need a contract to affect people's memories. Possible change memories of Lady Freg and her entourage. It's not just that, Lucio. There's something else Celeste clearly remembering differently that contradicts a physical piece of evidence. 2 p.m. Celestia, this letter from Garrick Pierce told us to be in the prayer room at 2 p.m. What? Eris may have changed my memories, but changing a physical piece of evidence is something else entirely. We don't know the full piece of our capabilities. Can we truly rule something out? You're unconscious. It'll matter of plenty of time to access your body and your belongings. At this point, anything's possible, and Eris is far too unpredictable to say for sure. But if Lucio's right, Eris could have gone around doing what she wanted. She could have wiped the memories of every witness who saw them, and she could have manipulated the crime scenes. But if she'd done so, there would have been logical inconsistencies. Until Celeste was revealed as the patron, every piece of evidence you found was logically consistent. The contradiction in what Celeste is saying could be explained by Eris changing them, but explains memories of what happened. But there's a far simpler situation for here. Celeste, Eris currently has your eternal servitude. If she can manipulate my memories, what's to say she's not manipulating yours right now? I guess it's possible. Why would she even bother doing that? Exactly, she wouldn't need to unless she still had something to hide. I see, there's one more left for her to hide. Whatever it is, it's important enough to make drastic changes to Celeste's memories. Wait, that's true. It means Celeste's true memories would tell us exactly what we need to know. Even if you're right, I can't remember what really happened. She has full control of my mind. Well, that doesn't matter. Like every cross-examination we've ever done, if we keep testifying, she'll keep changing her memories to tell more lies. If we keep pointing them out, we'll eventually arrive at the truth. Celeste? It's really obnoxious how resilient you are. Wait, what? Why can't you give up already? Eris, is that you? Fortunately, your little interrogation ends here. King's Guard, what are you doing? Destroy Matter's body. Too late, Lucio. I win. Celeste! Damn it! Eris, what did you do to her? Put her to sleep, like I did with Beatrice. You... Why would you do such a thing, Ilmater? Whatever do you mean? I did it for the same reason I'd do anything. That would make Tyrion suffer more than... What would make Tyrion suffer more than putting his love in eternal sleep? If you wanted that, you would have just done that from the beginning. You're hiding something, I know it. Damn it, we can't extract any information from this. The only person who can tell us what we need to know. Celeste. Well, good luck getting anything out of her like this. Ever since you discovered the truth about what she did, one possibility is floating around, but is it even possible? No, it doesn't matter if it's possible. Eris Mater. What is it? What would happen if I nullified Celeste's blood contract? Assuming there's anything to dispute, everything granted by the contract would be reversed. And I don't think you fully understand what that means. Lucio, what is it? Your men know where Ruby Tamora's law office is, correct? They do. What are you going with this? You'll need an attorney to cross-examine Celeste's testimony. She owes me, and she'll be able to finish this on my behalf. What? Tell her I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. You're not serious, are you? I'm one of the eldest evils in the world. I'd never create a faulty contract. Eris Mater, Empress of Discord. Wait, you know I can't speak lies, right? By the Eye of Horus, I demand the opportunity to dispute Celeste McCoy's blood contract. I'll state it plainly then, there'll be no room for doubt. Her contract was written without flaw. I don't care. What? Celeste sacrificed her life to save mine. How could I ever face her again if I didn't do the same for her? You're insane! You're risking death for nothing! You're so nervous then. Maybe it is pointless, but I'll never stop fighting for her. Stop this! I can't help myself. I'm only human, after all. Once you pass this point, you'll not be able to save your game for a while, so I recommend you make a save now. Court Bazathoth. I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits, but still frightened me at how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily. I was so good at it. A little too good. People told me taking the lives of others would be hard. I never felt on that uneasy, never once. It made me think I was some kind of unfeeling monster. And maybe I am. The time I spent with you, it filled me with more happiness than I could ever dream of. Instead of taking lives, I saved them alongside you. It felt good to protect you. I felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone when I saw the light in your eyes. Filled my heart with a warm feeling I've never felt before. Too good to be true, wasn't it? But she said if everything was undone and we don't understand what that means, could that even mean that the time itself will be undone? Because if that's so, that means basically everyone will forget about it. But that's a small matter compared to, if so, that's gonna suck ass, but it means everything Eris has done will be completely undone. In the end, I failed you. So that's what she meant. This contract with without flaw, no matter what, and the opportunity. You'll need an attorney, and she owes me. Your men. What happened if I nullified it? Assuming there's anything to dispute, everything granted will be reversed. Yeah, and I don't think you fully understand what that means. That means everyone will be brought back to life, but will it reverse time itself? Because that's what I'm wondering. Eldred can protect you just like I could protect my father. I don't understand. What would you ever see in someone like me? Understand? Why'd you go this far for me? It's good to see you too. How? What was that for? You know it's for, you jerk. I've literally had to sign my soul away to hell to keep you alive. Just throw your life away? What else was I supposed to do? Just let Lucio kill you? Yes, that's exactly what you should have done. It's a lot better than gambling away your life. I was never going to go along with that. Do you even know me? Oh my god, that's why I couldn't tell you the truth. Because I know you did something stupid like this. You know, always get to the truth in the end. All you did was make that process extremely frustrating. You know, I could have gotten away with it. You can't even beat me at chess. How are you gonna hide a murder from me? Oh, you. Tyrion, I killed Pierce. I know. First, I tried to justify it, saying he'd die in a month anyway. What's his life compared to yours? But when I look at him just lying there, I got so angry, so I woke him up. What? I wanted to experience a fraction of the pain my father felt. Someone like him didn't deserve a peaceful death. So I... Hate me, don't you? This time I'm disguising the murder you're looking for, so why couldn't you just let me die? You honestly think I care for you that little? What? You are and always will be extremely important to me. One betrayal won't change how I feel about you. Tara and I... So you're not getting rid of me that easily. I'll always be there when you need me, and no matter where you go, we're there together. To blatantly paraphrase My Little Pony, a friend isn't someone who never pisses you off, it's someone worth forgiving, again and again. Well, I think we might be heading to a pretty bad place. Well, I'm not one to celebrate victory prematurely, but if you are admitting defeat, I certainly won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Eris, I can't believe you brought me here. I'll never hear the end of this from my father. Where are we? The courtroom of the gods, a place where truth and reality are determined. The court of Azathoth. I'll give you one last chance, Tyrion. You made a rash decision, but I can still send you back. Even now, she's trying to dissuade you. The fact she's trying to make us give up means that there actually is something there. It's possible she made the contract extremely in haste and missed something. Likely something she might have even seen later and thought it's not a big deal until she realized there might be something we could exploit in it. You're nervous, aren't you? Is that so? There's a reason you didn't want me to bring me here, and I'm gonna find out. Your persistence was endearing at first, but now it's also annoying. I suppose we'll have to do this the hard way then. Don't say I didn't warn you. You should have taken my offer when you had the chance. The only way to nullify a contract is unequivocally prove the conditions were not fulfilled. Went without flaw. So says the word of Asmodeus. Asmodeus? By his word, demons are incapable of speaking lies. You're out of your element, Tyrion. This is my domain. Your contract may be without flaw, but that doesn't mean we can't negotiate its terms. If disputing was truly impossible, there'd be no need for this court to exist. Demons are powerful, but they're not omniscient. They can't possibly be aware of a contradicting circumstance they may have created when they made a contract. You're hiding something that you desperately need to keep hidden. You even went as far as to knock out Celeste before we could get that information from her. Oh, really now? You tried to confound the investigation by manipulating Celeste's memories, but the contradiction in testimony proves one thing. She didn't see you and Beatrice enter the prayer room until 2 p.m. at the earliest. Your so-called contradiction is based on the testimony of Leaf Freyga. How are you so sure her testimony is reliable? It's supported by testimonies by Miriam and Lord Asclepius. They were together at the time. The testimony sound. Oh, really? Looks like you've made a contradiction. What? Freyga and Lazarus entered counter an illusion. Illusion proves their testimony was unreliable. So says the words of Asmodeus. What? Illusion? What kind of illusion? Who knows? My statement stands. Can't expect us to accept your claims without evidence. You can't speak lies, Tyrion. Every statement that comes out of my mouth has to be true. You don't need proof. In this court, the only thing that matters is what's true and what's false. And the word of Asmodeus says that Leaf's testimony is unreliable. She can't just say whatever she wants without having to provide context. But she only said Leaf was tricked. She didn't specify an exact time. What else proves she didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? Is there something else to prove Leaf didn't begin her search until 2 p.m.? There's evidence that proves it. Oh, crazy and hairface. Hell Infinity. We're in the final argument here with, I guess you could consider her the final boss, since we have to find a way to dispute her testimony. But she's good. She knows how to lie purely on omission and technicality. She will never give a bold-faced falsity. So I need to be very careful. But this music always plays during the final argument, the final debate. So if we can beat her here, that will undo all of everything she's done. All of her demonic spells will be completely reversed. And that possibly might even mean bringing back all the victims to life. Given not all of them were, innocent victims, that's probably going to be bittersweet, but then again, I guess, as Tyrion says, even terrible people deserve justice. She can say whatever she wants now and provide context, but she only said Leaf was tricked. She didn't specify an exact time. What else proves they didn't disappear until 2? Also, they weren't seen until 2. So who else's testimony is here that I could use? Let's see here. What else proves didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? Valley and the Skilled Lord. Wow, 12,003. Occupation Skilled Lord. Arcane art unknown. Something that proves that... Let's see here. We need to find the timeline. Maranath called the Archduke, so the Dragon in Disguise. They were meeting from 1:50 p.m. until 3, so he was kept out of the events completely. Saw transmutation spell. What was at 2 p.m.? Find something else at 2. Let's see here. What goes at 2? It looks around 2 was when the death... What else proves that... Other than testimony, what else proves Beatrice didn't disappear until 2? Oh, the guard! What's this? Oh, you're going to do better than that if you want to beat me. Damn it. But yeah, they said a guard was assigned. He was later found comatose. So we don't know what time he would have been there. What happened around 2? What happened around 2? Astronauta spoke with the High Speaker at 1:40. She abruptly left the meeting and didn't answer when he was going on. Traces of illusion were found. The sets imply someone hid themselves. the trapped king. Regardless of what happened, Leaf and her party went to search for Beatrice after you two went missing. You can confirm or deny that? I won't deny it. Perfect. Then whoever set that trap set a trigger when Astor approached his father's body, and that didn't trigger until 2 p.m. Leaf and her party were about to search for Beatrice, the Kingsguard informed them what happened. And mind you, the Kingsguard did this immediately after the trap was sprung. Since Leaf was about to begin her search when this happened, Beatrice couldn't have gone missing until that time. Once again, you're predicating on Astor's testimony. Not just him, several members of the Kingsguard witnessed this. True, and that's well spawned with this. Unactivated did not trap Wyvern Guard during or after 1:50 p.m. So this is the word of Asmodeus. But how? That testimony came from multiple people. I was thinking the trap sprung earlier than that. Don't you remember Tyrion? I can manipulate the memories of people who have a blood contract. I'll give you a clue. The Empress made multiple knights of the Kingsguard. So this is the word of Asmodeus. I tamper with their memories. You can't trust their accounts of what happened. How many people to make contracts with? Lady Stewin's been investigating my work for the last few months, but I've had my talents in Wyvern Guard far longer than that. I've been preparing this for quite some time. But even the Kingsguard, no one is safe from temptation. Everyone has their price. Your little girlfriend should know better than anyone. Still, there has to be something. I still have more evidence. Really? Whose testimony would be lying on this time? You can present all the evidence you want. Most of it I have is based on eyewitness accounts. Even so, you can't have made a contract with everyone there. Let's check it again, shall we? It's possible. So says the word of Asmodeus. Are you kidding me? But you only said it's possible. You never said it actually happened. You're the one disputing it. The burden of proof is on you. That's ridiculous. How could I possibly verify? It's simple. Issue a divine edict to each person who was at the cathedral. You know I can't do that. If he gets wrong once, he'll die. Sounds like your problem more than mine. Ah, but we only had to do it once because we know one person could. Nothing to say. Is this why you present some groundbreaking evidence? As long as your statement stands, you have to doubt every piece of testimony. Everyone gathered could have been compromised, except Astor. I know he doesn't have one. I suppose you're right. So you're going to issue his testimony? He couldn't observe much from that force cage. You understand now, you were never meant to win this game. I'll give you points for entertaining me this long. This is the most fun I've had, and I truly mean that. Tyrion, well, there has to be something you can use. All the clues point could potentially be lies created by her. They're useless. Tyrion, you have to say something. You can feel her strength fading. It's as if we're being pulled to eternal sleep. This has always been a contest of willpower. I think he's finally run out. No. You recall what happened during Beatrice's trial. Your mother gave you the knowledge you need to win. She did before. Could she save you again? Mom, please, I need your help. What to do? You're nothing back. You're truly alone now. You knew this was a long shot, but you still held out hope. You just want to protect Celeste. Thought you could really do this, because Eris is a being who wraps herself in layers of lies. She has the powers to make you doubt everything. The witness testimonies, even your hard evidence could be a fabrication. How could you possibly argue? It's not fair, Miss Tamora. They're not even bothering to investigate the crime properly. Well, of course they're not. If they did, they'd be forced to admit my client's innocent. How are you so calm? Is this what it's always like? You're supposed to win like this. They can't keep changing the narrative however they want. And that's exactly how I'll beat them. What? Look, Cuthbert, almost every part of the system's against us. But there's one advantage we have over the prosecution. And that's pure and objective logic. Tyrion, the prosecutor does all sorts of things to validate their case. They present evidence, call witnesses, and use things to create conclusions. They create a box and throw a bunch of facts into it. They'll tell the court everything within the box is truth, and conversely, it makes everything outside a lie. But how does that help us? You point out contradictions in the case. That makes them throw more facts to keep their case consistent. But if even one fact is false, the entire thing falls apart. But surely they'll realize what you're doing. What if they play dumb and refuse to add anything? Well, you can force them to. What? You can present your own truths, and you force the prosecution to either accept or deny them. By doing that, you control what goes in the box. That sounds complicated. I don't know if I'll get the hang of it. Don't worry, you've always been a sharp kid. I know you'll do great things. So don't give up. This time, Ruby's saving him. I can present my own truths. Eris's case hangs on when Beatrice disappeared, and she changed Celeste's memories to make her think everything happened earlier, which can only mean Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2. What's that? I said...
This is far from over.
Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2. So says the word of Horus. What the hell? You feel yourself filled with the radiant power of the Eye of Horus. With this power unleashed, you feel the divine energy of the upper planes coursing through you. Tyrion, you have wings. Wait, really? You frantically turn around while catching glimpses of the spectral wings. You spin around until you realize your feet aren't even touching the ground anymore. Ew, what did you just do? I became a celestial, which means... No! I also can't tell lies. In any other situation, this might be a handicap. But here, that finally puts me on equal footing with you. Why don't you just die already? You tried everything you could to break me. You drove a wedge between me and Ruby. You even manipulated Celeste into betraying me. I'm still standing, Iris. I think even you might be a little out of your depth right now. I've lived 1,000,000 of your pathetic lifetimes, and you think I'm out of my depth? I'm the Empress of Discord, ruler of the 6th Circle of Hell. I'm a god, am I right? She doesn't know, Tyrion. What the hell are you laughing about? Whoever you are, man, king, or god, I won't let anyone stop me from reaching the truth. Since you've so graciously bared your soul to me, I'll do the same. I wanted to break your spirit in this form so I could keep things fair and interesting, but you know what? Right now, I just want to see you die. We're going to finally see her true form is what's going to happen. Celeste, I'm here. I can't wait to tear you both apart. What? What is that thing? Did you two honestly think that my true form was that of a teenage girl? No, I am an ancient one, older than time itself. It feels liberating to break free from that weak mortal shell. So this is what you really look like. Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever you are, I'm taking Celeste's soul back. Kick her ass, Tyrion. I'm gonna carve out your souls and mount them on the fields of Malbolge. Fate challenge. You need to be careful. You're bound by the same rules as her. You cannot tell lies, even accidentally. Why don't we pick up from where we left off? I've established that Beatrice did not go missing until 2. I wonder, why would you go so much trouble to make me doubt that? When she gave her testimony, Celeste said that Eris and Beatrice entered the prayer room at 1:40. But from the axiom you declared, you know Beatrice did not disappear until 2. Why did Eris change Celeste's memories? Eris needed Celeste to believe the events occurred earlier. I believe you needed Celeste to think the events happened much earlier than they did. Staying quiet, that won't work this time. Celeste McCoy, remember the attack occurring much earlier than it actually did. So says the word of Horus. Nothing to say, you can't stay quiet forever. I didn't need her to think that specifically. I simply wanted to confound your ability to deduce what actually happened. Is that not what happened? That may be, but I think you had a specific reason to move the timeline back. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. So says the Eye of Horus. In this form. Presenting wrong evidence counts as a lie, so I absolutely have to think before acting. This will cause actual damage. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. Yeah, the murder went from common to balcony to prayer room. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. So what could have happened here? This letter told us to meet up with Garrick Pierce at 2. During the afternoon of the murder, Celeste heard the suspicious sound and investigated the hallway. Harry didn't respond to Celeste's questions and attacked. We now know this is a lie. Autopsy, died. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. What would be a problem if she discovered... Position found a... Why would the murders? Believed after 2. The letter Garrick. No, Eris wanted you to believe that Celeste signed the contract with her 140. She needs you to believe that to keep the narrative logically consistent. I need to be careful. Some of these Ace Attorney like games have a bad ending if you screw up the final deduction. Even some of the main Ace Attorney games do that, so I can't afford to fail here. Something messed up the timeline. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. Eris wanted you to believe that Celeste signed her contract with her at 140. She needs you to believe that to keep the narrative logically consistent. Maybe I think I had a specific reason to move her timeline back. An event occurred that caused that to keep the narrative logically consistent. At 2:05. Oh. What doesn't make sense if... So the story ends. All bring your flayed carcass. Soul Vilius refuse. Soul's been claimed. Refuse. Fate challenged. You need to be careful. You're bound by the same rules as her. You can't tell lies even accidentally. Testimony. Enter the prayer room, but from the axiom, you know she didn't. Memories, but for what purpose? Eris may be unpredictable, but even checks the purpose. Oops, Celeste wanted. Whoops, it's Eris. Forced. Remember the attack much earlier than I actually did. Nothing to say. You can't stay quiet forever. Nothing to say. You can't stay quiet forever. I didn't need her to think that. I simply want to confound you. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. Event happened that required the times to change. No, Eris wanted to believe signed the contract, so I wasn't consistent. There's a specific reason to move the timeline back. Event occurred that required to change it. What required her to believe if the events happened at 1:40. Nope, no. It was the death of Lloyd von Sanctus. You need Celeste to think she signed the contract much earlier than 2 p.m. That's because Lloyd's death occurred at 2:05. I wonder if that was the case, but I wondered, wait, is 5 minutes enough to travel the compound? Which would imply you killed me, convinced Celeste and... made Celeste try to sign... Which would imply that you killed me, convinced Celeste to sign a contract, and made Celeste trick Arya into signing another contract, all in the span of 5 minutes. That's true. Could it be that Celeste isn't the patron? What? That's no logical conclusion. The timeline's far too short. Even if you remember being tricked by her, we can't trust your memories. Isn't that right, Eris? Desperation's almost pitiful. You should respond so there's no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy was the person who gave Arya Steelwind that blood contract. Just at the words of Asmodeus. I knew it. There's something wrong. She's just hard to accept, but she did betray Arya's trust. Or speaks in technicalities. You can't claim that face value, but there's also be a trick. You could declare outright that she's not the patron, but if you're wrong, you'll definitely die. You need to be certain before you declare it. Alright, let's assume Celeste isn't the patron. Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? If Celeste isn't the patron, the contract would have already been signed. You already conclude the blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. You recall something happening, but it's muddled. What was it? No, you recall something that happened before, in front of the player room. It was brief, so you can't remember exactly what it was, but there was a short exchange between Celeste and Arya. No, you recall something happened in front of the prayer room. It was brief, so you can't remember what it was. There was a short exchange between the two. Short exchange between Celeste and Arya. Darn, that was... Yeah, she said that they were hopeless or something like that. That's something about their, affection here. But I can't remember anything beyond that. She awkwardly scares away, seeing them fall apart. Oh wait, you dropped your runestone. She picked up, checks, and activates it. Picture of a piece of evidence, but she quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek. Oh, I see. Celeste, don't invade her privacy like that. Don't be like that. I'm happy for you. She definitely handed that contract to her after it was signed, but it doesn't necessarily mean she's not the patron either. Something wrong? You look conflicted. No, from the very beginning, she's been trying to get in your head. She thrives on doubt and mistrust. We've always known from the beginning, Celeste would never betray Arya like that. Celeste McCoy is not the patron described in Arya Steelwind Blood's contract, so says the word of Horus. Arya's blood contract. Celeste McCoy saw Arya drop this before she entered the prayer room. Due to the Empress of Discord changing her memory, she can't remember what was written on this contract. Even now, you still trust her that much? Wait, but that means you didn't betray Arya Celeste. She only manipulated your memories after the fact. She wanted to make you think you did. So it's not my fault. It isn't, but it has a far more unsettling implication. Someone else is the patron, but who? No, it's not important right now. You need to focus on saving Celeste. Celeste wasn't the one who secured Arya's compliance and cooperation. Doesn't that make your contract flawed? Please, I thought you were an attorney. The contract states that Celeste would engage in actions deemed necessary to secure compliance and cooperation. Engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation. No further actions necessary. She's already under my influence. That means none of this was her fault. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Neither Arya Steelwind nor Beatrice... Miss Frege were directly responsible for the death of Garrick Pierce. Right, there's still the death of Pierce. It doesn't matter who's responsible for the massacre of a whole. All that matters is the validity of my contract. You act like you're in control of the situation, but you've been nervous since I began disputing your contract. You're hiding something. Who can say for sure? The second paragraph is vague, but about the first and third, something's off here. Wait, is it possible I didn't die? You're still in denial. I thought you were ready to die to save your blood. Be Celeste. Answer the question, Eris. We can't trust Celeste's memories. The memory where she confirmed my death could in fact be a fabrication. We're still holding the hope you'll survive this. Let me state it plainly. Celeste McCoy did in fact observe that Tyrion Cuthbert was dead. I did not alter that memory, so says the word of Asmodeus. I'm sorry, Tyrion. How did you revive me, Eris? Do you even have the power to resurrect people from the dead? Who are you talking to? Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I do, but if you doubt me, why don't you declare Tyrion Cuthbert never died? Knowing her, she's baiting you into telling a lie, but it's equally likely she's bluffing. If you doubt I resurrected you, I state this. Beings of my power are able to resurrect people from the dead. So says the word of Asmodeus. Why would you need to specify beings of your power can do that? Is it possible it's not an easy feat to agree? If you're saying that must be true, good faith. Or why would you need to specify beings of your power can do that? Is it possible it's not an a simple or easy feat to accomplish? For example, would Marinath be able to resurrect a person from the dead using contract? Let me save you some trouble and I'll say it for you. The Empress of Discord can't resurrect people easily, so says the word of Horus. That's not the same as saying it's impossible for me to do it, but it requires a large amount of effort on your part. But a large effort on your part, perhaps. If I recall my previous declaration, Celeste was there. By all accounts, she concluded you were dead. How thoroughly did you check me? I've experienced it first aid, it was pretty bad. You weren't breathing and your heart stopped. She tried to resuscitate you for several minutes, but no avail. Right, there's no way the body could survive that long without oxygen and blood. And Eris just confirmed Celeste spent several minutes trying to resuscitate, but we know a spell that couldn't fabricate that. There's more of this. What could have created this scenario? You may have been not able to resurrect me, but you had far easier way to create the scenario, and lucky for you, Beatrice was there under your control. You're saying Beatrice can resurrect people? No, the opposite is true. Beatrice Frege cast feigned death on Tyrion Cuthbert. So says the word of Horus. What? I'm sorry, Celeste, but I was never dead. She used a spell to trick you. No, it's everything I did. It was for nothing. But that means you never resurrected him, so he never died in the first place. The contract only said that he was apparently dead. Yeah, that's how it counts. All I did was revive him by making Beatrice release her spell, which allowed him to wake up. That eliminates the first paragraph as a possible weak point, and that only leads to the death of Garrick Pierce at Celeste's hand. Something happened with Pierce, didn't it? What are you hiding? Whatever could you be talking about? The contract says that Celeste must bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Since you wrote that, it must have been your intent from the beginning, so why are you so nervous? Something went wrong, didn't it? Yeah, Garrick Pierce died last here, and yet this contract of hers requires that she kill him in order for the rest of it, in order for the contract to go into effect. If you want to stay quiet, I'll just, well, this could be an elaborate trick to bait you into making a false statement. You need to be careful. You need to find out exactly what went wrong. Is it possible Celeste didn't kill Pierce? Are you serious? The man who killed her adopted father was slated to be executed next month. She didn't have a rational reason not to trade her life for yours. Yeah, as bad as it sounds, that would be a hard choice for me. There isn't a single reason why I wouldn't take a deal like that. She may have wanted to, but something else could have happened. Perhaps Beatrice or Arya misinterpreted one of her commands and killed him against her wishes. Ah, you're making this so tedious. Neither the Empress of Discord nor Beatrice killed Garrick Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus. Well, what if you forced Celeste to kill him? She signed the contract, so you had control of her. It states that she needed to kill Pierce of her own volition and agency. Do you honestly think I'd make a foolish mistake like that? Celeste McCoy had complete control of her actions when Pierce died. So says the word of Asmodeus. And what if someone else killed Pierce on accident? Maybe a member of the Kingsguard survived and entered the pair. Try again, Tyrion. His death was not an accident. It was intentional, committed with malice. I'm mad at the The Empress of Discord, Celeste McCoy, Tyrion Cuthbert, Beatrice Frege are still, and we're only in the prayer room when Garrick Pierce, when he died. What if he took his own life? Oh, you understand now? I can refute any possible explanation you may have for Pierce's death. The truth, Tyrion, has occurred because of Celeste McCoy's actions. So says the word of Asmodeus. Have you given up? There's still one person who could have taken, and that's his own. Pierce could have taken his own life somehow. I finally extinguished the life of hope within you. I can't believe it. I can't believe you fell for that. What? You've never thrown consecutive declarations at me like that before. It's because I'm getting close, isn't it? You can freely manipulate Celeste's memories of what happened. I don't have any evidence that implies what actually transpired in the prayer room. The only person that could tell me was you. What? You thought you could overwhelm me by shooting down all my theories. But all you did was tell me the exact state of the room when Garrick Pierce died, and now I can figure out what exactly happened. Wait! Who killed Garrick Pierce? Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. No, stop this! I'm not sure what could possibly drive him to do something like that, but when he was in the prayer room, Garrick Pierce chose to take his own life. What? You know what that means, don't you, Eris? Well, for the sake of it, I'll state in a way that makes it abundantly clear. Stop this right now! Celeste McCoy did not bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand, so says the word of Horus. The conditions for her contract were impossible for Celeste to fulfill. That renders it illegally and logically invalid. That's checkmate, Eris. You filthy little... Contract nullified. You're back. Does this mean you... I successfully nullified Celeste's blood contract. You look in our satchel in the place where you've been keeping it. You only find a pile of ash. It appears it's completely disintegrated. You are still alive. How? You. At first you think she's going at you, but then you realize, me? You little bitch. I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you... What are you talking about? Tyrion's the one who beat you. Wait, I remember what really happened now. Tyrion, please wake up. Can't die. It appears he's quite dead. You should be more careful, Celeste. You might hurt somebody if you swing that thing around. I was right about you. I should have never trusted you. I like your enthusiasm. But there's still something you can do to save him. What? What is this? You feel that pint of dread in your chest? It's the same fear my dad felt if you stabbed him. And with his life, you'll bring your beloved Tyrion back. What are you waiting for? End him, Celeste. I can't. What? What are you talking about? Tyrion, he wouldn't want this. He never has to know, Celeste. So she wasn't able to compel her in the end. I can protect you from his eyes of Horus. That doesn't matter. I can do it. It's just... This man literally killed your adopted father. Not to mention he's a dead man walking. You've lived a lifetime of killing people. That's one more person. I won't suffice your self-righteous pity, bastard. Don't misunderstand me. Right now, I want nothing more than to end your worthless life. But Tyrion's ideals are what saved me. That part of him is so wonderful, beautiful. I could never betray those ideals. Not even if it's to save him. You're actually serious, aren't you? You'd sacrifice him to honor his idiotic ideals? I won't do it. I will not sign that contract. Contract? Ah, I see now. So you're his little consort, are you? Bigaqua. Damn it. Wait, get out of my way, you idiot. Drop the weapon, Pierce. Don't be stupid. The only one stupid here is you, bastard. You should have known from the beginning. No matter what you choose, they were never gonna let me live. They? What if I pay to die? It's gonna be on my own terms. Wait, stop! I'll see you all in hell. Damn it. And us? Trying to heal him? It's too late. He aimed straight at his heart. No! Come on, you waste of human flesh. Wake up! I still need you alive. What the hell did you just do? Pierce is dead and I signed your stupid contract. Now bring Tyrion back. No. Pierce was dead anyway, so I thought I could catch her on technicality. Ah! So Celeste unknowingly screwed Eris by doing that. She doesn't realize it, but she was the smartest person in the room right then and there. Never realized what I actually did. You signed a faulty blood contract. You ruined everything. And where to get off? Act like you're any better than them. What? Ideals, righteousness? Don't give me that bullshit. I could have accepted losing to Tyrion, but you're human. You're a goddamn killer. All of you are rotten to your disgusting cores. We'll all tear out each other's throats if I give you the smallest reason to. Tyrion is the only person here with a trace of the celestial self-righteous morality. If that's what you think of them, you really don't know anything about humanity. Celeste is far more than what you're saying. She's more caring and empathetic than I am. I could never even come close. Tyrion, it has nothing to do with whether I'm a Heavensborn or if she's human. But I think I understand you a little more, Eris. Is that so? Let me ask you a question, Eris. Do you feel any amount of satisfaction when you killed my mother? What? So, you figured that out, did you? When you went on that tirade about killing Heavensborn, I had a feeling. Oh, how does it feel, Tyrion? The person who killed your mother and ruined your life is standing right in front of you. What do you have to say? Nothing to say? Say something, damn it! I think all I feel for you right now is pity. Oh, that's rich. You pity me. Your existence is an infinitesimal blip on my eternal existence, and yet you put all this effort into making me suffer. Well, was it everything you imagined it to be? Did it satisfy you at all? I bet you didn't feel anything after you killed my mother. Was it just another drop of... It was just another drop of evil in your empty soul. I was excited. It was far too simple. I didn't truly make her suffer. That's why I didn't... Oh, is that right? Well, if you did succeed... But if you did succeed in throwing me in despair, would you have felt any satisfaction? Of course Demons can't tell lies, Eris. You can't lie to us. You can't lie to yourself. No, that's... can't, and that's why I pity you. You were fated to be evil from the moment of your creation, weren't you? That's why you hate humanity. You envy us. What did you just say? You're envious of humanity. You don't grow, you don't change, you can't become a better version of yourself. You're right, your existence probably will be eternal. You'll be eternally evil, and you'll be eternally unsatisfied. That's why you're envious, because you'll never be free from that fate. That's completely... You can't say it, can you? You can't refute my claim, because that would be a lie. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I'll never be satisfied. Maybe I won't feel satisfaction from killing you. I'm gonna try. Arrogant witch. Well, I suppose that solves that, although she'll definitely be back one day, and when she does, I'll be ready. For now, let's be satisfied we finally discovered what truly happened. Alright, about that. Are you serious? After all that, we still don't know who the patron is? At this point, I'm just glad McCoy wasn't the true mastermind behind this. Speaking of which, now that I've nullified her contract, Celeste should finally have her true memories back. I do remember what happened, but still fuzzy. I remember trying to remember what was on Ari's contract when I got a glimpse of it, but I think that memory is the memory that Eris manipulated the most. It's possible she'll need some time to recover the Empress's demonic influence. Boys don't have that kind of time. That damn demon let us around the entire morning. We lost an hour to Cuthbert disputing that contract. It's just past noon. Right, we have less than 3 hours before every magical trace disappears. You try testifying? Maybe reviewing everything will jog your memory. Okay, I'll do my best. Miss McCoy, could you try what happened during your business with the Empress of Discord? I'll try my best. I think I remember now. We went to Pierce at 150. We heard a commotion outside 220. Saw her attacking the guards. I fought her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. When I followed her in the prayer room, I found her with Beatrice and Eris. She knocked Ariette, Aaron, and Pierce unconscious. I checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but I realized now Beatrice just cast feign death. Anyways, Eris offered the deal, but I couldn't go through. I think you know the rest. A few minutes after he died, the Quinzition Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya. Aside from a conversation with El Mater, that seems to match up with what we already knew. It appears there will still be need to wait for Celeste's memories return. He's clearly not okay with leaving his daughter vulnerable till then. Even if there's nothing apparently significant, I'd still like to cross-examine it. Go ahead, then. Not like we have anything better to do, I suppose. I remember now. Here's at 150, we heard the commotion. Right, we now know for certain the meeting was at 2. Yeah, she only changed my memories to trick all of us. Considering that my memories were intact, she must not have the power to change them. Yeah, she never actually used her demonic powers to revive her either. She merely had Beatrice release the feigned death spell she had originally cast. I still can't believe I fell for that. Anyways, who'd you see attacking the guards? Was it Arya or Beatrice? I saw Arya attacking the guards for about 15 minutes. Originally said you fought her for a lot longer. Yeah, I had to account for the time I spent speaking with Eris. I had a feeling something was off about that. I knew Tyrion would be really meticulous about the timeline of the murder, so I had to make my testimony match up with the time of Pierce's death. Really sorry. We'll talk about this later. She's sad, but for good reason. When I followed her on the prayer room, there was Beatrice and Eris. They knocked 3 of them unconscious. So you weren't wrong about Beatrice sneaking past your fight? Yeah, now that I look back on it, it's probably a distraction, so Beatrice could sneak past back me. What is it, Cuthbert? If the patrons working together with Eris, why would Eris use Beatrice to knock out Arya? I never thought of that. Frankly, I find it hard to believe the patron willingly went along with the Empress's convoluted plan. They clearly needed Paris to die, and relying on McCoy seems foolhardy. Right, is it possible Eris went off script then? She definitely doesn't seem like the type of demon to take orders from a human. Anyways, what happened after you saw me unconscious? I can't believe you fell for such an obvious deception. I know, but I was just scared. I thought he was dead and I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm glad you care about me that much. But what you did almost destroyed Arya's future and let the patron get away. Perhaps it's best to stick to the facts for now. Anyways, Eris offered her deal to me, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce. I think you know the rest. I think one blog contract would have such an effect on the investigation. I should have known she was up to something, but I was too desperate to realize it. You were put in a very difficult situation. Take solace in the fact that you stuck with your ideals despite that. Yeah, that's the thing about these contracts. You can criticize the people who take them, but the fact of the matter is, they're only really offered to people who are in no position to refuse in the first place. At least that's usually how it goes. I mean, that's why you can see a lot of people in the comments of videos of stuff with demon contract stuff, and they're saying, "Ooh, I know how I could use this technicality to have fun with it." And that's I'm sure that's true. It's just that's also the reason that particular person would never be offered such a contract. People who make these do not want someone who will be able to exploit it to their ends. Scaled Lord is being surprisingly sympathetic towards her. A few minutes after Pierce died, after the Inquisition Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya. Must have been after they went to investigate the fire in the common room. I'm surprised Aster went to the prayer room as well. I would have thought the Kingsguard would have kept him in a secure location. Those were my orders, but His Majesty demanded they secure the cathedral for the safety of everyone there. He always has been an altruist. Testimony doesn't appear to add new information, but between multiple murders and heiress changing people's memories, there might be something you've missed. Remember each piece of evidence you had and the time of each event that day. There might be something you can use. Alright, let's go back over our evidence here. Alright, so... yeah, 2:20 would have been right after Corlin Sibyl was dropped after... right, she was dropped a few minutes beforehand, and she drowned. Judging from each time of death. Was the most direct route. There has to be... yeah, ultimately... someone needed Pierce to die, but why? It obviously wasn't a random one, and the fact that he took his own life screwed everything. So what do we know? Ancient Kingsguard. No memories happened. Did regain consciousness. She did not cast any magic before she fell unconscious. Yeah. So she already had the contract active at that time. Doesn't appear to add any new information. Between multiple murders and heiress, there might be something you've missed. Review each evidence and having the time of event into that day. There might be something you can use. Letter from... let's see. So we still need to figure out who this mysterious the patient is. There's someone else here. It could be someone who was already murdered. Oh, interesting. Arceus' testimony says after witnessing this attempt in the prayer room was turned away by those guarding it. I guess that could have been before the fight. Heard that commotion outside. This be it.
Objection!
Nope. You're grace, clear the witness display contradictory, and this piece proves it. Don't see that proves anything, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, I guess you're right. But yeah, there's something wrong with the timeline here.
Objection!
Well, the knights are supposed to be already comatose by then. It's me. Alright, so that... Go through again. Got those blood loss. Up through his heart. It's after. $245. Someone just add new information, but between multiple are changing. It might be something you missed. Well, this says stomach, but this says heart. 15 minutes, so that was 2:35 about.
Objection!
So at least, at the very least here, we should be able to find whatever it was that Eris was doing everything in her power to hide.
Objection!
Very close to Sibyl's time of death, but I guess she could have gone through that. Here.
Objection!
Hmm. needed Pierce to die, and they were relying on McCoy to do it. Seems foolhardy. I find it hard to believe they willingly go along with the Empress's convoluted plan. Eris, why would Eris use Beatrice to knock out Arya? Let's see. Soundproof is the door. Oh, companion. Why is Soundproof Room reminding me so much of Danganronpa 2 right now? Sure. Well, I can worry about it later. For now, I still have to figure this out. Something missed from a each piece of evidence at the time of day. Might be something you can use. The time of each event that day. Still, it seems rather odd that Sybil couldn't use foresight to save herself. Then again, it only shows a few seconds early, so perhaps that just wasn't enough time. This is a bit tricky, that's for sure. Three. Stop at 3. How long does polymorph last again? An hour. Full speaker walk. Because he had been polymorphed into a toad, I guess. He could only move by crawling on the ground. Strangely, no one saw him. state. And oh, can you see what she threw? After the body was found, it must have been her. However, you darker witness this, the attempt to get prayer room was turned away by the knights guarding it.
Objection! Objection!
Around 2:30 and 2:05. He was dead, but I realize now Beatrice just cast feigned death. Interesting. So a few minutes after he died at 2:45, that was before this.
Objection!
There was something that was wrong with, or the fire had broken out. Ray cast a spell on him earlier, or the severely debilitated his senses.
Objection! Objection!
No, alright, so I guess the Inquisition must have arrested her after, and afterward they got additional testimony from other people. Her room shows Celeste crying over her unconscious body. She did not cast any magic for she just.
Objection!
What's my logic here is probably what I should think of. Each piece of evidence at the time of each event. That could be something you could use. Outside. Speaker's quarters, where are those anyways? Death is around 2:05. About to search for Beatrice, however, they were stopped by the King's Guard to report the glyph continued. No contract, obviously. out. Working together, why would Eris use Beatrice to knock out Arya? Hard to believe the patron willingly went along with the plan. They clearly needed Pierce to die, relying on McCoy. Fool. The possible Eris went off script. Doesn't seem like the type of demon to take orders from a human. There was a reason she needed to go through that contract rather than just having Arya kill him too. But why? So Arya dropped the contract before she entered. Due to the Empress of Discord changing her memory, she can't remember or what was written on this contract. Celeste saw Arya drop this before she entered the prayer room. Due to the Empress of Discord changing her memory, she can't remember what was written on it.
Objection!
Knocked out. Just.
Objection!
Obviously, I seem to be leaning a bit into Arceus here, but I don't have anything too much to go on. It's probably the soundproof room reminded me too much of Danganronpa 2, making me bring my mind where it clearly should not be. I guess I'm actually pretty stumped here. Lazarek Asclepius. He hasn't had too much of a role in here, but then again, I guess he, now he could, he's the reason we lived after that. Probably one of the very few people with a revival spell, after all. let's see here. Both the meeting score where she was going. Just missed the prayer room. She did not cast any magic, or she left unconscious. Just some. Some. Runestone was. Large empty space. Whatever was in that large empty space must have been something completely unrelated. And yeah, sorry, I know I'm a bit stumped here, but right now, at time of streaming, there are absolutely no guides or anything at all for this game, so I'm 100% on my own to figure out these solutions. I can't give up, but like what happened in Greece State's Attorney, so, yeah. That was the most direct route. Have they spotted this card? Christian arrived, they spotted the unconscious guards outside. They didn't see Celeste and Arya. That's all happened at 3:10. So that was well after all this happened.
Objection!
Yeah, the patron worked together. Why would Ares use Beatrice to knock them out? I find out to believe the patron along. They clearly needed Pierce to die, and relying on McCoy. Ares go off script. It's unlikely she'd take orders from a human. Yeah, the patron wanted Pierce dead, likely because of the information he had, but... cards. Well, this mark was found at the scenes of several gruesome murders. Arya felt she's getting close. She regained consciousness. She found a paper with a symbol on her pocket. Something here about the time was off, but I'm not sure what.
Objection!
Okay, so it's not that they couldn't get there until...
Objection!
Well, the timeline is not matching up, but what?
Objection!
Assigned to... Let's go over this again.
Objection!
No, it's not the route. Would... Later regain consciousness. So any magic for some... Speaker. It's torn. This is probably the information added here is likely going to be important later, but let's see here. It's tricky here. Spell. But why did he? At the end of the day, Pierce is what all this revolves around, his death. The fact he had such damaging information is huge, but
Objection!
and we know her first testimony was manipulated. I still found it. They are just feign death on it. Blood contract. Boy, sorry, drop his contract.
Objection!
The fact that she had the contract already at that point means that she wasn't needed. Yeah, her contract wasn't needed, so what changes now that we know her contract wasn't required? Can't be nothing. Alright, so at the very least, we now confirm Arya had her blood contract before 150. But what does that change? We know we know the heiress required her to Celeste to think she was responsible, since the timelines wouldn't match up if she was forced to trick Arya into making the contract. Yeah. The dragon was held to speak with Maranath for about well over an hour and 20 minutes. Whatever it was, he was kept there, specifically be kept out of the events of it happening. Likewise, the trapped king, Aster, was captured in the forest cage and had to wait the full hour. Likewise, Leaf, Miriam, and Lazarek were all kept there, so they have to be unrelated to this. This dove, Arceus, well, he is accounted for, but I suppose if he could mentally issue orders, that would be one thing. Well, I know once I figure this one out, everything else should start falling into place. I just need to find the one thread I need to pull at. Took his own life at 2:45. Attempted to heal him, but he died anyway, because he made sure he wouldn't live long enough for it to save him.
Objection!
Alright. That must have been after I investigate the fire. Bryce asked her went to the prayer room. Well, for the... Doesn't appear to add new information. There might be something you missed. Remember each piece of evidence in every event. There might be something you can use. For each piece of evidence you have and the time of event at day. Duration while concentrating. Any creature who inhales the mist will fall in magical slumber. Affected creature will be woken if they are violently shaken or experience any sort of pain. Concentrate. The target creature will stop. This one's really got me good. What am I missing? What am I missing? Think. What am I missing? What am I missing? Let me grab a sip of my drink real quick. Maybe I need some hydration first and foremost. Imagine once I find it, it'll be obvious, but I suppose I should probably go over these. Hydration is key. Yeah, it's a good idea. What that happened? There's torn in the middle, so... I don't think the autopsies are going to do much anymore. The compendiums won't help here either. Turn Beatrice and Eris. Knock the three unconscious. Magical miss the direction. Drop up to 30 for dissipating.
Objection!
Are undetectable visually if they're creature. Like anything creature's wearing. Dispel, glyph, foresight, detect, strike. Not seeing any of the spells. It's faint.
Objection!
So that doesn't. Oh yeah, I already presented the report before. It's no contradiction. There's got to be something I'm missing here. Let's go through it again here. But specifically around these events that I need to focus on. Compendiums won't help. The autopsies probably won't help. Oh, the Aqua was him using his shape water for a spell, I noticed, so that's how he took his own life. when they had more lethal. Because they didn't. He took his own step. So Pierce needed to be murdered, but he wasn't, and not being murdered caused the problems here. The contract this time.
Objection! Objection!
Alright, so about 220, so 30 minutes would have been 2:35, and then so that was 10 minutes of deliberation. When she got in there, there was about 10 minutes of deliberation between Eris before Pierce took his own life. Then after he died, the Inquisition came up and arrested Arya. Knights. Upcoming meeting. That's not... What we only care about is the timeline here. The trace of illusion magic. Someone hid themselves from the guard as they set this trap. That's not tied to what happened here. We need is everything specifically relating to Pierce. Wait, she should have dispel magic, shouldn't she? Knockdown. This raises the question, why did Eris require to go roundabout way of making Pierce die instead of simply ordering Eris to kill him like everyone else? Outside, around. Illusion magic, so someone hid themselves in the guard. That was probably Beatrice then.
Objection!
Beatrice has the invisibility spell. Why would she need to hide? There had to be a reason. Stipulated by Coalition agency must bring about the demise, which she didn't do. This explains how we were able to see her around 2:30. That fits, I guess, Beatrice appearing there, and that fits the timeline. This will be about 4 minutes, 5 minutes before the deliberation with Eris.
Objection!
This really has me stumped. Could go through the spells again, but I don't have much. It does not affect. Dispelling shape liquid and affected liquid will only prevent the caster from further manipulating it. It does not unfreeze or change its shape. So even someone with dispel magic couldn't have stopped him from taking his own life. It says any creature can fit within 2x2x2 cubes, so it could be a frog, could also be a snake. These guys make the target look bigger or smaller, elements hidden. Animate corpses relevant here. Target over casting time. The target are magically healed without leaving scars or bruises. Cannot restore missing limbs, nor can revive someone who's already dead. There is a few with a revival spell, but no one here has it. Even then, it had to be within a certain time frame. I'm surprised at how well all the sunglasses work on that emote. But yeah, there's a lot. Something got me stumped. I'll need to think harder, though. As I said, this is a small-scale game and also still relatively new at time of stream here, so there's absolutely no guide or advice I can look up. I have to figure this out on my own somehow. Something here doesn't match up with the existing parts of the timeline. But what? Go as caveman, choose every option to get the right one. The problem with that is there's no obvious, well, there's something wrong here if I'm not even if I'm not 100% sure what it is. So I'd have to be, if I were to caveman, unga bunga, just go with everything, I'd have to go through all 6 of her dialogues, try and find a contradiction, and that will take quite a while.
Objection!
Originally said you fought for a little longer. Count the time spent speaking. Knocked the 3 unconscious. This still raises the question, why did they knock out Arya? Why couldn't they have, why not simply have Arya kill Pierce, since Pierce obviously needed to die for whatever reason? Well, not for whatever reasons, because he knew the truth parentage behind McCoy, and apparently that's enough that he needed to die for it. Moreover than that, he's apparently tried to blackmail someone in exchange for freedom. And as a reminder, this guy had the death penalty for a murder. The fact whoever this was to could get him off on the death penalty means that the patron had to be someone extremely high up, someone who could grant a pardon no matter what. And we already found out her true family cannot be any of the Pillar families or the Crown family. Which does narrow it down a bit. She could be Dragonborn from she could be Dragonborn from Rathalion, because Rathalion here has a human form. He could have potentially had children that he's not allowed to know about. There is? Ah. Well, I'd rather not look that up quite yet. I was saying that because I looked it up before the second or third case and didn't exist then, so it must have been made worth trying. I did end up failing the... I want to think through it first here. I know I did admit defeat in Great Ace Attorney and go with the guy there, but I know there's something I'm gotta be overlooking here. What you said about the Lizard? He has a human form. Remus Vergile, royal advisor, quote-unquote, but his true form is the dragon. And here, Rathalion. He himself does insist he's not actually that strong of a dragon, but he is nonetheless responsible for starting the city of Wavengard and teaching the heroes from it the secrets of arcane magic, so he does still have some powers of his own. And of course, he was able to defeat Eris's physical body, despite her being a demon taking human shape. So he does certainly have some level of power to him. And the reason I say that is because his testimony is that he met to meet with the demon Maranoth, the familiar demon of Maranoth, who's a demon acting as a familiar. Apparently had some important information that Vergile could never ignore, and when asked about it, he insisted he will take that information to his grave. However, his own testimony here says he spoke with Maranoth until around 3:10, and the members of the Kingsguard guarding the demon verify this, so he's been effectively completely out of the... as far as I can tell, he's completely out of the events completely. Most likely, if I had to guess, because if he had been involved or caught on at some point, he might have been able to stop it. Which, of course, would have been bad, since both Eris and the Patron both want it. Of course, she could be the child of the High Speaker Arceus here. After all, being the daughter of a High Church member would also certainly care quite a few benefits, although he could also be someone that the Garrick Pierce is letting her to. So yeah, there's definitely some clear contenders for who her true parent is. And you'll notice neither her eyes nor hair color match his, so we can't go by that. Although... no, his eyes are too glowy for that. Can't tell hair color for Arceus because he's old enough that his hair is pale. He'll never be able to identify that. But yeah, those are my top two contenders, because we already went through the Pillar families and Royal family, and it was deconfirmed that Celeste could be the daughter of any of them. She also can't be part of the criminal family that was involved in the previous cases because of other reasons that have since been discovered. So... Anyways, who just see attacking the guards? Arya or Beatrice? And Arya. Yeah, this is possibly the hardest one I've had to deal with. Still, it is nice knowing that those people passionate about the game make guides and stuff. I wasn't sure how big this game was going to be, but so far I will say I've been liking it quite a bit. Unless they somehow completely ruin it with the ending, I'm definitely going to be giving this game the 2 thumbs up after. I checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead. Now I realize I just cast Feign Death. Eris offered her deal, but it didn't go through. You know the rest. After Pierce died, the Inquisition Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya.
Objection!
That's not it. Oh, gotta something this out.
Objection!
Alright, see you later, Infinity. Thanks for stopping by. This piece of evidence proves. Darn it, am I truly completely stumped? Since things have changed, what things have changed since we started? We know the truth behind a couple of the contracts.
Objection!
I was thought maybe she could have had just more efficient spells to cast, but well, it doesn't matter. Well, like they mentioned, it's most likely that this was intended as a trick, you know? Oh, to distract Celeste so that they could get the room and set everything up. But in that case, why go through all the setup in the first place? Follow her to the prayer. They knocked the 3 unconscious. I thought I was dead. You know the rest. It's after Pierce died, after the Inquisition and Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya. So what's different about the timeline now? Piece of evidence and the time of each event that day. Alright, so Arca's testimony took place around 2:18, a little around 2:15 or 2:18, because that's when Sybil died. Because 2:20 is when she went there to the guard. Must have gone to the guards where they turned him away for whatever reason. Oh, After witnessing this, he attempted to enter the prayer room, but was turned away by the knights guarding it.
Objection!
And that doesn't still line up with the timeline we have here. So what other thing? When should these have all happened? The comatose nights seem to happen wherever Eris went, at the scene of each... Because we know Eris used her demonic magic to knock them out, hence why there was no arcane magical traces. That was throughout the timeline. Need the companions. So about 20 minutes after... at around 3:10, so that's about 20 minutes after Pierce's death. A little over that, actually, because it's 15 minutes to reach 3, and then 10 minutes on top of that. Unproof once you close the door. Light. Magic. Yeah, Aster was completely out of the loop from 2 until 3. So there's nothing in the timeline that would have affected that. Assuming this was close to Aster's death around 2, Alaric would have been stuck with the spell again for about an hour, so that would mean he's out of it until 3. So what events aren't matching up with my timeline here? Don't match. After 2 is when those 2 went missing. Miriam and a slight place were together and about to search at around 2:05. However, they're stopped by the King's Guard and were stuck with Aster. Near Aster for the entire duration. So they were occupied until 3. Let's think here. So what in the timeline is not matching up here exactly?
Objection!
Yeah, this contradicts her older testimony, but we now know she made that up to make up for it. Question is... What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? I know I have to have something here. Violently shaken or experience any sort of pain. been also an hour I've been stuck on this. I might actually be better off giving up. Not for lack of trying, but also because I don't want to... Well, it's kind of boring for me to just be sitting here trying to deliberate. I went through the timeline of 50. Alright, so... 150 is when the dragon was tricked by Maranath to keep him out of the proceedings. So what am I doing wrong here? Let's start with... Alright, 150, that's when we all... That's when we went to Pierce, there. Eris, Beatrice, and the others were all in the garden, and the trap hadn't been sprung yet on Aster. We heard the commotion at 2:20, so for half an hour, that's when all the other murders were taking place. Let's see. Alright, let's try and figure this out. She needs guards, that's it, follow the prayer. Turns. Alright. So 2:20, that's 30 minutes which we are occupied and the other murders were taking place. Then the other, not to mention the trap on Aster getting and others getting preoccupied within that time. At least, at the very least, we can use this to cross off people who are involved. Miriam and Leaf were all, along with Lazarick, were all kept up. Not to mention, the prince was trapped in that cage while Alaric was polymorphed at the time. And of course, Remus was arguing with the demon for whatever reason, and it was something he simply could not ignore. So even Eris and Beatrice were accounted for at 150, then at 2. It's only until 2:20 that something about 2:20. Maybe it does match up, because it could be right as the Arceus went into the room there. The mind-controlled old Arya was fighting the guards. About 15 minutes, so that's 30. Here. Let's see here. Attempt to break by casting Firebolt and create an evocation which is impossible to tell when it was placed. I was supposed to guard and kill it. I'm leaning a bit towards this one, but not very heavily. In fact, I'm pretty confident I can't trust anything about myself right now. What wrong? What's going on with that? Feign death on him. It's after the Inquisition King's Guard showed up few minutes after Pierce died. That doesn't match up with the testimony, though, does it? Because this says at 3:10.
Objection!
But I already presented that, didn't I? Because it says he died. It's just a few minutes, but everything here is listed. It said, even when pressed, it said it was after the fire was discovered. That was around 3. Likewise, that's when the glyph of Aster here would have ended, right? 2 p.m. when the pay his respects. Unbeknownst to him, there was a glyph. Yeah, there's some trace of illusion magic, but this means that someone could have hid themselves the guards as they set this trap. It could have been done at any time. Right, it had to have been before 2. Everyone was pretty much accounted for. Beatrice and Eris were accounted for in the guard till 2, but after that, with the missing Eris, we can ignore the stuff with Eris's claim because Leaf, Miriam, and Lazarus were together about to search for Beatrice at 2:05. However, they were stopped. The Kingsguard reported the glyph contingency that had just trapped him. Because just trapped him at 2. That's about at 2:05. So yeah, those are within 5 minutes of each other, so they're not too bad, really. With the illusion magic, that could have been set up any time before 2. Force cage, the trap triggered, and he was trapped in magical cage for its duration. He attempted to break the cage, created fetch traces of invocation, impossible to tell when the trace was placed. There were traces of illusion at the crime scene, which implies someone hid themselves from the guards as they set this trap. I can't remember if Aster was with us when that first happened. I want to say he wasn't there, but I don't remember. As you recall, I had trouble remembering I had trouble remembering the thing that Arya dropped, and that was a huge part of the case. You'd think I'd remember something like that. Well, the duration of the spell's an hour, or on the dot. Exactly on the dot, correct? Yes. So at 2, that would mean it would have ended at 3. That's 15 minutes after. So a few minutes after?
Objection!
What? What is it, Cuthbert? Celeste, are you sure Aster showed up only a few minutes after Pierce died? Yeah, I remember that pretty well. First seemed really worried about being seen by them. Have you figured something out, Mr. Cuthbert? Just that... I don't mind, you were extremely pressed for time. Stop wasting our time. What to say? Celeste, Garrick Pierce died at 2:45, and Aster showed up in the prayer room only a few minutes later. Yeah, were we... That raises a big question. How did Aster enter the prayer room at 2:45? He should have been trapped in the force cage until 3. Wait, not serious, are you? McCoy's members are clearly unreliable. Then all report His Majesty led to the prayer room after he exited the force cage. Normally that would be more concrete when compared with Celeste's testimony. We can't trust their testimony. What are you talking about? While I was disputing Celeste's contract, Eris declared that she made contracts with multiple members of the Kingsguard. What? They're working together with her. If these contracts were structured similarly, she must have had the ability to manipulate their memories. That means they could have intentionally or unintentionally lied during the questioning. Don't think even the Kingsguard have been compromised. How could let this happen? Even if we assume this I'm gonna be honest, that was a completely lucky guess at the end. But I guess I've been doing a lot of guesses for a handful of these. Even if we assume that he somehow escaped an inescapable force cage, how would you know to head to the prayer room? I understand your point, but I understand what you're implying. I'm not trying to imply anything, I'm saying the facts as we know. We know that a human, willingly or otherwise, worked with the Empress of Discord to orchestrate the massacre. He was deeply trusted by Arya, so much that she didn't think twice about signing a contract that he gave to her. There's only one person who meets the criteria. Aster, the reigning king of the kingdom. I will have a Mr. Cuthbert, do you understand the weight of this accusation? To claim the king collaborated with the demon in any capacity is no small thing. I do. I'm hoping this is all a misunderstanding. After all, Eris's goals seem to be nothing beyond sowing as much discord as possible. She misbelieved Celeste and Arya were both murderers. I want to save Arya, but I also want to believe in the people who believed in me. If Astra has information that could save Arya, we have to find it. Very well, then. It's only right, then, with everything that's transpired, the king should make his truth known. I agree. I wouldn't have it any other way. Galbus, please escort His Majesty to the stand. Thank you for cooperating, Aster. Of course, I understand your position, Mr. Cuthbert. I'm hoping you can shed some light on how Arya became to be under the blood contract in the first place. It's possible Eris tricked you and somehow made you carry out the massacre. There has to be something we're not seeing, despite what the evidence points to. Evidence? You're referring to Celeste's testimony, am I correct? I'm sorry to say this, but are you sure we can trust it? We can trust her now. She's no longer in the effects of the blood contract, which you claim no longer exists, but only you have the power to manifest them in the first place. That's the thing, Aster has no blood contract, which would mean... What are you getting at? Sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I guess what I mean is, everything just happened, how can we trust you? Wait, disappeared for quite some time, to who knows where. The only person who knows you there was Celeste and a demon who can clearly alter memories. Isn't that a little convenient? She's burned to a crisp almost immediately after her return. She did it multiple times. That didn't actually kill her. And now you're singling me out as the patron who was ultimately responsible and false to Sibyl. That demon made you her puppet. Well, wouldn't this be exactly what she wanted? Right, how do we know this Heavenborn can be trusted? Or he's practically dissident. For all we know, it could be agent of theocracy. You can feel the room turning against you. Even the Scaled Lord looks wary. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you after everything you've done. There's one way to confirm your theory. What's that? Use your divine edict, like you did several times before. If I truly was in league with the demon, should I have a contract with her? It'll appear, even if I was made to forget. Wait, that's right. You already tried that and it didn't work, which means he definitely doesn't have a contract with her. Oh, why aren't you doing it? I'm afraid I can't. I tried and nothing appeared. See? Sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I know you care deeply for her, but we saw Celeste's blood contract and we heard her confession. Not to mention, we have no way of knowing Celeste's truly free from Eris's influence. Miss still want to be saved. We have to accept what needs to be done. I don't like saying this, but somehow the trial came to conclusion, Your Grace. What'd you say? He's even got the Scaled Lord on his side. Even if it's against you, he's raised a lot of good points. But is he acting with malice or is he being careful? Come on, think, Tyrion. We just proved my blood contract wasn't valid, but the one who made Arya commit those murders is still out there. Maybe you've been thinking about this the wrong way. Eris found ways to trick people into signing blood contracts before, so she wouldn't necessarily need a blood contract to trick Aster into accidentally helping her. The question isn't whether Aster knowingly did this. The question is, what part of the plan required Aster's physical involvement? There had to have been some sort of physical involvement in this part, and that might have been divine evidence proves it. Arya's tricked. He needed to trick Arya into signing it. We've seen how she is around him. That would have been very hard to do. No, Arya may be a lovesick disaster, but she's around him, but she's still an attorney. She'd be careful to read any contract. We deduced earlier a blood contract was signed as a normal legal document. I remember when you caught a glimpse of it, you immediately started teasing her. I'm trying, but I can't remember what I saw. I was teasing her about it. It must have been related. Relationship with Aster. What did Arya think she was signing? Sorry, I didn't bear it down. No, that's the exact clue I needed. Really. Arya signed a marriage license. Aster, there's one piece of physical evidence that proves you were involved in this. Really? The patron controlled Arya and committed each murder without having to do anything personally. This is still contingent on her being tricked into signing that contract in the first place. I recall you went to a meeting with the High Speaker before the massacre started. It was discussed your marriage with Arya, wasn't it? Yes, that's correct. Aster, the blood contract Arya signed needed to look like a normal legal document, but I just realized something reading it. The language used would have made sense under a different contract. She gave you her mind, body, and soul. It would bind her as long as you both shall live. Wait, are you saying? Yes, in other words, till death do you part.
Objection!
That's a big leap in logic. That's a big leap in logic, even for you. Whoever took my daughter surely would destroy the evidence by now. Demon went out of her way to destroy her own memories of signing it. You don't think they would have let any copies of the marriage license be found? Indeed, bringing such heavy accusations against the Speaker or the King will require more than speculation. First dares to call the King to testify, and now he's addicted to the High Speaker. Fear the nation. I have more than just speculation, Your Grace. I have a copy of it. But your divine edict only recreates the terms, not the material written on it. The original document wouldn't be visible on your copy. That wasn't the copy I was talking about, Aster. What? You remember how I knew about the blood contract? Every attorney has a magical runestone. Let's just take pictures of crime scenes and write down notes. Yes, I'm aware of them. And did you know Arya took a picture of the marriage license she signed? What? She was so happy to find your union codified. She took a picture of your marriage license even though it's technically illegal to do so. Why would she? The moment she regained consciousness, she thought there was a danger to others. She had no memories of what she did that day, but she knew something wrong. That's why she herself locked herself in a prison with the anti-magic field. She was being rightfully cautious. Had she simply left any of those anti-magic field and checked her runestone, she'd have found a picture of the marriage license with the same words as her blood contract. So I'll ask you this, Aster. Who gave the marriage license to her? Was it you or a high speaker? If you don't want to answer, we can drag the truth out of both of you. Don't bother. No, so it really was you. Tell me, Mr. Cuthbert, do you know what the best kind of lie is? The kind that's hardest to disprove? Not quite. It's a kind where you don't even try. The best kind of lie is the one you want to believe in. The truth can be right in front of you, but it will make you look away. If I recall correctly, McCoy made you experience firsthand today. Majesty, what are you... Done with this farce. I'm sure if we brought in the High Speaker to stand, Cuthbert will just deduce what happened anyways. It was always going to end this way, I suppose. Perhaps I was just lying to myself. You? Hi, Aster, you're well. What is saying it was you? You used my daughter to commit mass murder? I did, Lucio. What of it? How could you? What right do you have my actions, oh great scaled lord? I was only cleaning up a mess you created. If it weren't for Eris's little games, I would have done it in a much cleaner matter. Pardon me? No, I think I'll be pardoning myself. I'll be serious. I am the king of Wavengard, am I not? Is that not my right? You're insane. Tell me, does this terrify you all? To know that I can do what I please, that no one can stop me? That's not what you've been doing all the rest of this country. You seriously expect to get away with this? I do. Who has the power to stop me? Scaled Lord? Yes, exactly him. That's why he hosted this trial in the first place. His authority is above yours. I didn't ask who was going... Oh, I didn't ask who was going to stop... Who was going to stop me, Tyrion? I asked who was going to... What? Aren't either of you saying anything? Yes, Rathalion, have me arrested. Put my 7-year-old brother on the throne. I'm sure history will tell you exactly how well a kingdom fares when a child sits on the throne. Would you take the throne for yourself? You spent all those centuries holed away in the ruined city. I'm certain you know exactly what problems this nation is facing and what it needs to right itself. Rathalion. Sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I came to do what's best for my people. I may not know the best course before me, but I know how painful certainty it is not to seize control of the nation. I will not take that responsibility again, nor will I thrust that responsibility on those who do not have it. That's really surprising. From everything I've seen, negligence has been your one consistent trait. What about you, Lucio? Are you going to try and depose me? A beloved prince, now king. Do you remember? People of this nation love me and hate you. Sure, you're very skilled at arguing, Tyrion. I doubt even you could make the public see that as anything other than a military coup. Can you imagine Grand General Lucio deposing the new king before the previous his body was even interred? I wonder just how bloody of a civil war that would plunge this nation into. Even if Lucio doesn't have difficulty crushing the commoners, I'm sure you can imagine how tempting a weakened Wavengard would look to other nations. Damn it, by killing those two, he left a power vacuum that only he could fill. Aster, you're holding the entire kingdom hostage. I'm merely consolidating power where it belongs, in the hands of the king and benevolent ruler who's going to fix this nation. You murdered several people, consorted with demons, and enslaved your own fiancée. I'm sure that to you, my actions seem evil and unforgivable. For the rest of them, the Wavengard nobility, I very much doubt I'm even the first to do such a thing. It's just politics. I think that makes checkmate. What? I can't believe it, I've always wanted to say that. What are you all doing? You're just gonna let him get away. Lucio, she's your daughter. Are you just gonna let him keep control? Why, my daughter would not sacrifice the stability of Wavengard for freedom. You know that to be true. He killed so many people and enslaved Arya. He almost killed you and tried to kill me. Wait a minute, that's right. Why did he try to kill you? What do you mean? If Aster's the patron, that means Pierce originally sent that letter to him. King Wavengard recently died. What if Celeste was a member of the royal family? That wouldn't make... Oh, but that wouldn't make sense. Even if Roy was royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child and is of pure royal blood. McCoy would have absolutely no claim to the throne under these circumstances. If you were his half-sister, you wouldn't have a claim to the throne, so why would he go to so much trouble to kill Pierce and you? Maybe he just wanted to make sure? But then he wouldn't have had Eris kill Pierce personally if it wasn't important. He needed both you and Pierce to die during the massacre, which means you were just as important targets as Anctus and Sibyl. Okay, but my potential claim to the throne would be the only reason he'd be scared of me. If that wasn't the problem, why would he be so scared of Pierce's blackmail? Would the line of succession be the only reason he'd be scared of the parentage? Recall what you remember about laws regarding parentage. Wasn't there something mentioned about that? You recall a conversation with Beatrice? Wyvern God has a bloody history with the theocracy of Luminous on the elimination systems. Yes, the Luminites worship celestial gods, all people worship the ancient dragons. A few centuries ago, our nations were in a bitter war with the Luminites. Even now, the Crown sees celestial region as a threat to our draconic culture. The Church has done its best to wipe away any religions that worship celestials. Pastor's actions had anything to do with theocracy. He might have targeted you, not Celeste, and that wouldn't explain why Pierce needed to die. Wasn't there something he mentioned about that? You recall a conversation with Sibyl. Each of the four pillars, as you commoners call them, control different branches of the government. Steelwind is national defense and law enforcement. Rhaegar is economic development and finances. House One Sanctus handles commerce, both local and international. Finally, the House Sibyl handle the kingdom's legislative and judicial branches. That would also mean you're responsible for the justice system. That is correct. With 3 of the 4 pillars dead, very few people could possibly challenge Aster. Since Arya was framed for it, Steelwind lost its influence as well. Aster did all this to weaken the nobility's ability to challenge his rule, but that doesn't explain how Pierce and Celeste's biological parents fit into this. Remember Wyvern Guard's parentage. Something about that. Whole conversation with Haroldson. Alright, the sword spell eating is about to be formed from a pact between a demon mage. Isn't that just asking for trouble? They're definitely going to betray you. Well, legends say they often drafted blood contracts for this reason. Legally binding contract. The concept is similar, but once you sign it, both you and the demon are magically compelled. Instead of violating these terms result in instant death for the offender, no matter who it is. So I guess that's some protection. Well, as an attorney, I'm sure you understand it's possible to exploit these loopholes in any contract. According to legends, demons take great pride in their ability. Aster did make a deal with the Empress of Discord, but they never actually made it official. They're probably using each other to accomplish their goals, but that doesn't explain why you needed to kill Celeste or Pierce. Recall what you remember. Church of Bahamut. You recall a conversation with the... It's important not only culture, but civil civility. Faith is a powerful unifying force. Is that why you revise history and keep Heaven's Born outside the country? I don't know what you're trying to insinuate. Dissidents like him could be the end of our culture. Aster didn't murder the High Speaker when he had the chance, so it's possible the Church of Bahamut plays a role in his future plans. That would explain why he needed Pierce to die. Yeah, I think we all know where I'm going this. You recall a conversation with Iris. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution includes a Scaled Lord. Wait, really? As savior of our kingdom, he and his kin are given honorary position in a hierarchy. The dragon's authority technically rivals that of the king. How have I never heard this before? Yeah. I was kind of leaning on this. Like I said, there's only 2 possible people who are anywhere near the level of the king. Either she's a daughter of the church member or the daughter of the Dragon King. And this means... Wait, the Scaled Lord and his kin can override king's rule. Wait, who is Celeste's father? A flood of memories come back to you. Celeste McCoy, by the authority of Wyvern ground, the crown you're under less. Knows the commotion, the other knights grab her, or should grab her and take her away. She skips and screams about to break free. Even with 3 knights, taking all the strength, it's difficult to subdue her. More than one spell. I actually learned a new few today. I'm sorry, spells is in plural. How long did it take you to learn them? A few hours. Ah. You learn multiple spell forms in a few hours? Ah, so you can pay from the same humble beginning as I do. Which spells mastered? I mastered any. I just know 7. 7? That's 4 times, almost 4 times as many I do. You learned even more. She's been picking up quickly. Make no mistake, in my human form, I always had the strength of an ancient dragon. This can't be real. What is it, Tyrion? It's absolutely crazy, but it makes a lot of sense. Her ridiculous strength, her natural talent for learning magic. She inherited all of it from him. Got really pale. Once you reveal this, there's no going back. Is this even right to do it? No, Arya's freedom rides on this. As much as it pains you, this is the only way to save her and Wyvern Guard. I'm sorry, Celeste. Why are you apologizing? What I'm about to do will change your entire life. Possibly in a way you don't want it to. It'll place unimaginable responsibility on your shoulders, but it's the only way to save Arya and stop him. Sorry, please forgive me for doing this. Do you think one life-changing event could ever change how I feel about you? Are you sure? I owe you and Arya for what I did, but this is... We're gonna save Arya, right? It's partially my fault she's in this situation. My life is really gonna change? Promise one thing. What is it? Take responsibility for what you're about to do? Of course, I was always gonna do that regardless of what happened. Good. You done flirting with each other. If you have nothing else to say, stop wasting our time. Aster. I know who Celeste's father is. Wait, really? What? No, you're bluffing. You have to be. Why don't we test that theory then? You said no one can contest your rule aside from the Scaled Lord. But there's one more person, isn't there? What are you talking about? Well, the Scaled Lord has political power to override the will of the king. And his kin, Lucio. Yeah, I suppose that's... Wait! Aster, you needed Celeste to die during the massacre, and that's because her existence would always pose a threat to your rule. Serious? People of Wyvern Guard nobility, your current king was fearful of my bodyguard's parentage, and now we know why. Celeste McCoy is the daughter of Scaled Lord with that wrath Yeah, an ancient dragon, the creator of all arcane magic. Judging from your reaction, I'm right, aren't I? I'm half dragon? Well, apparently I'm part angel, so you're in good company. So the demon was speaking the truth. Asked her to Webengard. As the Scaled Lord's kin, Celeste has the authority to pass judgment on you and override your rule. And when you're gone, she would take your place as the ruler of Webengard. Miss McCoy, think about this. Can you even begin to grasp what it takes to leave a nation, much as a broken one? You find this crown no less binding than any blood contract. Just tell me one thing, Aster. Why'd you do this to Arya? She trusted you. She loved you. You could have changed Wavengard together with her, and you could have done it without having to do any of this. Is that what you really think? I suppose you would. You probably also think Tyrion's the first person to try to change this nation while still working within the laws. There's nothing wrong with having ideals and working within the law. Father was like that too. He was a man of ideals, once. But I watched my whole life as he was forced to compromise on everything he believed in. One ideal after another. It was to keep the peace. We must maintain stability between noble houses, uphold law and order. And you know who paid the price every time? Not him. Not any of the nobles gathered here. No. The people who paid the price were the common folk. The kind of people you two are always trying to save. I would have honestly thought you'd understand by now. A gulf exists between what is just and what is lawful in this kingdom. I thought that you two of anyone could have understood why I did this. We know it's not fair, but it can change. And you had the power to change it. I am changing it. I worked so hard to find the truth of Von Sanctus and You worked so hard to find the truth of Von Sanctus and Bill's murders. Here's a truth that's evidence to everyone in this room except you two. Half the people here are glad they're gone, and the other half wants to be the ones to replace them. The blood I shed in that single hour did more good for this kingdom than you two have in years. So that's your plan for fixing the country's problems? Working with demons and killing your way to a better future? I have to, why not? Every day across the nation, commoners are killed or oppressed at the hands of the very nobles gathered in this very room. They bleed this country dry, feed on its people like carrion. I'm merely returning a much-needed sense of equality. Do you really think any of you are in a position to judge me? All of you came running at the news of my father's death, so you could be the first to fill my ears with sycophonic praises. Do you know what the difference between Eris of all of you is? Eris was a bit more honest. Arya wanted to change that. She would have helped you. Iris is too stupid and naive to do anything. She loved you. How could you? She loved her idea of me. She loved a weak and ineffectual prince who would have borne watching this kingdom rot with a smile. She loved her kindness, Aster. This is kindness. The blood I spill with the greatest kindness this kingdom's ever known. And once I'm done, Wavengard will be better and stronger for it. Aster. McCoy, I don't care who you are, the Scale Lord's daughter, the right Flair, none of that matters. I will save my kingdom and its people, I will call her for the rod out at its heart, nothing will stand in my way. I am Aster de Wavengard, King of Wavengard, consort to Lord of the Sixth. I am nothing but a dead man. Baldness. Theo! What? No! Theo, what have you done? The blood contract, Cuthbert. What? My daughter's blood contract. Does it still exist? Check her satchel. Sure enough, it's disintegrated. Its conditions have been fulfilled, haven't they? Because they no longer both live. Excellent. This is not what we discussed, Lucio. My daughter will never be free so long as that wretch lived. McCoy agreed to take his place. That was always how this was going to end. Lucio, this is... Save your breath, Cuthbert. I already know. Kingsguard, what are you standing around for? The Grand General just committed regicide. Arrest him at once. You all exit the Scaled Lord's lair. Considering everything that's happened, there wasn't really a point in continuing the trial. Arya was saved. Eris was vanquished, at least temporarily, and the patron no longer lives. Hey. Bye. We won, didn't we? So why does it feel so? Yeah, I understand what you mean. He was a terrible person. He killed people. He tried to kill us and used Arya like a puppet. But we really wish we could have changed his mind. Sometimes people are beyond saving. And I think he made up his mind a long time ago. He knew what he was doing. I can't think of any other way he could have freed her. I just hope... Oh, I'm glad to find you before you left. You freeze up when you look at her. More specifically, you're a little disturbed by what the Eye of Horus is showing you. Oh, Arya, I'm so sorry. Why are you apologizing, Arya? About your testimony, I'm afraid I will need to charge you with perjury. Oh, right. Wait, seriously? Oh, come on, I'm basically your superior now. No one's above the law, that was made apparent. She stops talking, she doesn't trail off, her voice doesn't break, she simply stops, as if she were a machine that lost its power. Arya? Anyways, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. You do have a talented defense counsel, after all. You really want to say something back, but you're too disturbed to say anything. Anyways, I want to thank you for the work you've done, Mr. Cuthbert. I truly mean it when I say you have my gratitude. Yeah, no problem. Anyways, I have much to get work due now that the Grand General's in my custody. I'm taking my leave. Yeah. What's that all about? Why didn't you say anything to her? I didn't see anything through the eye. Is she subconsciously guarding her emotions? I don't really blame her. No, Celeste, I didn't see anything. What? I looked at her with the eye. She wasn't even guarding, and I saw nothing. No anger, sadness, fear, or joy. I used the eye to see the souls of a countless amount of people, but I've never seen that before. It's like I was looking at an empty husk. But you're right, I should have said something. I'm going to. I was about to chase after she stopped. Do you mind if I talk to her? Are you sure? Yeah, we actually hang out a lot outside the trials. I think she might respond better than me. Remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Alright, I'll let you handle it. Once again, remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Just, you know, keep it verbal. What? Never mind, I don't know what I'm saying. Just go. Alright, you weirdo. Looks like we've gotten the acquittal of yet another client, but he didn't quite type as neatly as you hope. What do you mean she's gone? She was just here. I'm sorry, Your Grace. You may not know what the future has in store for you, but perhaps that's okay. You have a feeling that as long as you have her, no, as long as you have everyone, you can begin forging your own path. A path that's chosen by you this time. Ah, damn it, Arya, where are you? Oh, hell. My apologies, I didn't mean to frighten you. It's fine. You're looking for Miss Steelwind, are you? Yeah, how'd you know? She's been sitting outside my lair for a while. I tried speaking with her, but yeah, I get it. I tried talking with her, of course. Ithalian? Yes. I'm not mad at you, you know? What? I'm not sure why you left me at the McCoy Tavern. Because of that, I got to be raised by my mom and dad. And if I didn't live there, I never would have met Tyrion. Or Arya, or Ruby. I could never be mad about you giving that to me. Plus, now that I know I'm half dragon. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Don't be so formal. I'm technically your daughter, aren't I? Celeste. So, I've been meaning to ask about you and Mr. Cuthbert. Are you two... Oh wow, look how late it is. I'm gonna go out and talk to Arya right now. See you later, Scale Dad. Bye. She calls herself my daughter. I suppose I understand how you feel now, Lucio. Hey, Arya? Oh, Celeste, what are you doing here? Making sure you're doing okay. You are doing okay, right? I am. There's no need to worry about me. You're staring at the sky. Are you gazing up at the stars? Let's look at the moon. It's full tonight. Mind if I... Want to technically take orders from you now? You know, it was also a full move the night my parents found me in the inn. That's why they named me Celeste, word for heavenly bodies in the Draconic language. So, yeah, they told me they thought it was a gift from the Scaled Lord. In a roundabout way, they're actually kind of... a little funny when I think about it. By the way, I never got to thank you for sticking up for me before. What? Remember, you just jumped in the stand when Tyrion manifested my blood contract. Not that I blame him. I don't think even he believed in me at that point. If you've never done that, who knows how this could have ended up. I really appreciate you doing that. Really good person, Arya. I was merely doing what I thought was right. Still, thank you. You're not really going to charge me with perjury, are you? Oh yes, I was serious about that. Oh, damn it. We do require your help to hold the structure of our kingdom together. We won't send you to jail, but it might have you do some community service. Fine, I guess I can live with that. Father always told me I was too lenient. But I guess I can understand the position you were put in. We all do stupid things for love, after all. How could I be so stupid? Hey, you're not. I am a complete and utter fool. I knew about the blood contracts. I'm an attorney. For God's sakes, I've read countless legal documents. I knew something was wrong, but I was stupidly happy. Hey, that's not fair. No one expected him to do something like that. Father, he's gonna pay for my stupid mistakes. I'm sorry. Celeste, why do you trust him so much? He used me. With my hands, my magic, he made me. Sorry. What he did to you was horrible. I don't know how to make it better, but... alone, okay? Not just me. Tyrion and your father are all here for you. Please don't shut off your emotions from us. Thank you. Celeste, I think I've made a decision. That I'm going to drop the charge of perjury against you. Are you still on that? What's all this noise? What, have you ever been living on a rock, lady? Read the morning paper. The Scaled Lord's returned. Demonic attack claims lives of prominent figures. Chaos broke out yesterday during the private wedding between Arya Steelwind and Crown Prince. A surprise attack orchestrated by a malevolent demon, a devastating loss was inflicted upon the kingdom, shattering the very foundations of power and stability. The carnage left in its wake But this abyssal assault was nothing short of catastrophic. Among the fallen were Sibyl, Von Sanctus, and Lucio Steelwind. Both King Oliver and Prince Astor made an attempt to repeal the foul monster. While profane demons fell, the king and crown prince tragically lost their lives. However, amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope emerged to prevent the kingdom from falling to further disarray. The Scale Lord himself descended, restoring order and making a profound proclamation, and a selfless act to maintain the integrity and unity. The Scale Lord anointed his holy daughter as the new queen of Wyverngard. What? Again with the Scale Lord nonsense. It reeks of a violent political coup. Whoever this new queen is, I bet they're the rotten noble. There's a picture on the next page. Wait, what the Now that's the perfect thing to end it on. Hearing about what happened to the former lord, I thought of my actions. I want to ask you to forgive my majesty. I want to continue the tone from harm I've caused. I'll continue my studies in the field of conjuration. With the kingdom in disarray, it falls to people like me to maintain order. Why are you looking at me like that? Better for worse, the kingdom is going to have to go through a complete overhaul. I suppose that's... I've never been able to do this for a year in Investment Cafe. I feel partially responsible for what happened in the Mirror Academy. I'll make amends wherever I can. Oh, don't worry about that. Business has been booming ever since we set up shop in Rathoma. But more customers just means more for me. I've been applying my necromancy ever since I began working on Lord Slepius. I'm growing quite good at it. Get ahead of yourself, you're growing competent at it. It was a joke. You're probably the best necromancer I know. Aside from me, of course. Waifu consultation. Sorry, but I still can't remember anything. Well, I've read on my record. Perhaps that's a good thing. Even your memories are gone, your crimes can't be changed. Still have to serve your sentence, but I do hope you can live the rest of your days. Hey, why'd you look at punk? Wait. Oh no, it's you! That crazy chick isn't with you, is she? Oh, look behind me, man! You just call me crazy. Oh lord, run for it, Gavin! People on the instruments did a pretty good job, I think. Gee, Mr. Cuthbert, from what I've heard, you're certainly moving up in the world. Yeah, a lot has happened. I don't even know where to begin. Glad to see the refinery's doing well. Well, I suppose I have you to thank for that. You're quite the... What do you call him? An angel investor. Yeah, that's it. Actually, I'm here on behalf of Her Majesty. We both have an idea for a business venture, and we think it would set a good precedent if we employed a company with your business practice. Oh, I think I like the sound of that. So much to learn about leading a noble house. Hope I can bring House Frege and Wavengard to a brighter future. About time we end the constant feuding between Steelwind and Frege. Let's work together. I may not know much, but sounds like a step in the right direction. Rocker will do best to help Queen. Appreciate the gesture, but I don't think banks need gold, right? Rocker can dig for gold. These VAs are absolutely all better than me, that's for sure. That makes checkmate, Cuthbert. Wait, what? Did you just lose? No, I demand a rematch. Don't lose with dignity, for Lord's sake. Glad I let him keep those armbands. Skeletor would sacrifice his daughter to the good kingdom. Theon, I want this job. Such humility, such sacrifice. I am literally a queen! Who wouldn't want this mantle? Actually, this job is kind of annoying. Sorry. As long as I have you with me, I'm happy. I have everyone else fooled, but I know how the story goes. A mage is still a mage, a noble is still a noble. Come on, don't be like that. Hey, if you want to prove me wrong, by all means. I hold my breath. I suppose you have every reason not to trust those in power, but we are going to fix this kingdom. We're going to do it within the confines of the law. really wish he'd talk to us. He needs time to process everything that happened, and I don't think he'll be very receptive to us, at least not right now. We should probably hire a therapist. Are you okay? Yes, I really appreciate you coming. His actions were absolutely deplorable. I was hoping coming here to make closure. With Von Sanctus Sibyl gone, we have had a much easier time repairing. Feeling easy about this. Oh, I also see what you mean. We have good intentions, but refuse to let anyone work with him. Even with Eris, they were just using each other. If he wanted to change Guard, but he would only do it on his own terms. Even if he did end up achieving his goals, the legacy he'd leave behind would be one of blood. No lasting peace or justice could out of that foundation. Surprisingly mature of you. Hey, I'm always mature. Goodbye, Aster. That conversation felt especially pretty good, I guess. I guess because even I... Are you kidding me, Ruby? What kind of ridiculous case was that? You're the one who called the monkey to the stand during the Beatrice trial. Yeah, I suppose you have a point. Anyways, the truth is often stranger than fiction. You know that better than anyone. Oh my god, I just realized it. Is this what I've been doing to Arya? Hey, you're the one who wanted to be a lead prosecutor. I've only been filling in for her until we can find a qualified replacement. If I get bored of life as a royal, there's a spot open at my office. I do think the prince was being genuine in his desire to change, but like Celeste said, it just was going to be a legacy of blood. I see that you keep your arms. What else you just cut off visiting me? It did. I merely chose to ignore you. What's important is just rubbing off on you. I'll take that as a compliment. Glad to see you in good spirits. It's clear that I underestimated you. I'm surprised you're not sentencing me to death. I suppose I should be grateful. Yeah, we kinda need you alive, so we know how to get Eris. You're using me like a canary in a coal mine? I'm almost proud of you two. Although I am curious why she hasn't returned yet. Possible she needs time. After all, she wasn't just killed by any method, she was killed by a... What the hell is this? Why are you preventing me from leaving? Well, I can't very well let you make a fool of yourself a second time. You're not to leave the sixth circle until I tell you otherwise. So says the word of Asmodeus. Are you grounding me? If you want to behave like a petulant child, I'll treat you like one. I swear when I get out of here. Have I told you about speaking in future tense? Oh, like her dad Asmodeus is punishing her. Sure you don't want to move in the castle with me? No, I'm going to attach this place. It was your father's and it doesn't seem right to abandon it. Yeah, I get what you mean. And I just want to give you two some privacy. Stop dragging your feet, Tyrion. I want to live to see my grandkids. This is pretty much wrapping up any questions I had regarding other characters. So I was wondering, you lived for a really long time, right? Do I have any siblings? No. I'm sorry, there was one many centuries ago, but I lost her. It was rare, even across centuries, that I've found companionship. Dragons are magical beings, and a creation of offspring is rare. Very much so. It's a miracle you were born. I'm sorry, but you are alone. I don't really feel that way. I spent so much time with Arya, she's basically like a sister. Tyrion, well... Perhaps I should have some words with Mr. Cuthbert. Don't you dare! This is pretty much wrapping up every question I would have had regarding what's going to happen after. So we meet again, Crimson Demon. He keeps telling people about that nickname. Who knows, it could have been anyone. Tyrion, don't like it? I could help you come with a new one. I'm good, thanks. How about Scaled Empress? Okay, I actually really like that one. Sorry, I can't think of a good name. Oh, white god bird. I have everything ready for tonight. Wait, what? It's nothing. Pretend you don't know anything. What? Oh, I see. So it's for her. What are you doing? It's a surprise. Alright, weirdo. Hey, so why'd you bring me out of here? You're not usually this secretive. Come on, it's a surprise. Oh, are you gonna be okay? I thought you were really prone to motion sickness. Don't worry, I've done this plenty of times before. Alright, if you say so. Tyrion's really dark. Are you sure this is safe? Yeah, there'll be plenty of light soon. soon? In about 3, 2, 1. Oh, right on schedule. Knew this had happened. During certain times of the year, the ley lines on RNO become extremely potent. A lot of business here would take advantage of this power to charge the arcane power cells in their homes, and those are amplified when they do it simultaneously. This is what happens when they synchronize. It lights up the whole city. You're such a nerd. But it's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, it is. My mom used to bring me out here before everything happened. You're the only person I've ever shown this to. Oh. Really miss being able to spend time with you like this? Yeah, me too. It's so much simpler when you were attorney. I was just your bodyguard. But now I'm the Scaled Lord's daughter and you're the lead prosecutor. We barely get to see each other. But at least we're together now. And it was something to remember, whatever apart. Yeah, that's so sweet. I love him so much. What? Your thoughts are leaking, Celeste. So long I forgot to. Is something wrong? She always had a habit of teasing you. I can't help but enjoy putting on her on the other end for once. I didn't mean... Wait, no, I did mean it, but... This is a rude thing to say, but I kind of hate the Eye of Horus sometimes. I love you too, Celeste. Oh, okay. Try to inch closer, but she's taking her hardest to avoid eye contact. There's one way to make her meet your gaze. Tyrion. Do you not want this? Of course I do. I think I've wanted this for a long time. I've always found myself smile like an idiot when we're together. I don't think I've ever felt this happy before. Your face is an inch closer. You two may never be able to go back to your old lives, but moments like this make everything worth it. Always keep your promise, right? No matter what happens, no matter where each of us goes, we'll go together. Sorry, this is a little too much. Feeling a little lightheaded. Take all the time you need. Right now, you don't have all the time in the world. All's right and call God. Heard about what happened to Wavengard. Ilya Stormwake. Is that why it called me? This could have been Eve. Little Arc Sentinel. This is serious. How do we not know about this Tyrion Cuthbert? Keeping records of the Heavens Board is Lumina's responsibility, High Inquisitor. Right, Cuthbert was always a slippery one, even you couldn't track her. He just won. Ilya, he brought the Scaled Lord of the Sixth Board to the bloody Azeroth. Do you have any idea the amount of damage that could be done in the multiverse there? Worrying too much. We're still here, aren't we? The multiverse is intact, everything's fine. Ilya had the Eye of Odin. What? Check the data of my drones. The readings, they're exactly the same as the ones gathered during Experiment Frey. He awakened its power, albeit briefly. And he did in front of the Lord of the Sixth. We must assume the Lord of the Ninth knows about it as well. Come on, that's not possible. It's impossible to manifest Odin's power on the mortal plane. Lord of the Ninth has been removing his forces. He knows Ilya. No better than anyone else. Nothing's impossible, now some Horus is involved. Alright, you win. I'll look into this. Exercise discretion. If they ever find out what we did with Frey, I know, it would mean war with Wavengard. It would mean war with the entire Outer Planes. Oh my. I wasn't expecting a cliffhanger ending. But I suppose they only did briefly go into other parts of the world. But for now, that is all of Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. I apologize for being a complete ignoramus on a few of these puzzles, but hey, I managed to complete it, and that was a very satisfying ending. So, at the end of the day, the story, genuinely kept me interested, and the mysteries felt satisfying to solve and go through, and that's what matters at the end of the day. Now, let me... Well, I can see if there's anyone to raid in a bit. Oh, there's no one available at the moment. Darn. Oh well. Well, that's all for now. Next time, I'll be streaming my multiplayer stream with Remnant 2. If you want, you can stick around for that. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Hope you had a good time. I'll see you later.